yet?
Crystal's right there.
Okay. Where?
Right there.
She's here.
Okay, so Crystal Elliott. The only council member that's not present at this time is Councilman Benson. Otherwise, it looks like all of our staff, department heads, and city administration is here. So I'm going to go ahead at this time and turn it over to Brian McBroom, and then we'll go into presentations when he's done.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. Welcome to the 2016 budget retreat. The budget is a tremendous tool that allows City Council to aim our limited resources towards Council's priorities in achieving Council's goals for the improvement of the Commerce City community. So it's an important tool. Work began many months ago to get us to this point. Finance department staff begins working on the budget in April every year. Departments begin working in earnest on their individual department budgets in May. In June, in my role as city manager, I begin making initial decisions on budget requests from individual departments. And then in July, we begin presenting a tremendous amount of information to City Council, which leads us all to this day, where City Council will work through key issues in the budget and give staff directions so that we can begin preparing a preliminary budget to start it through the formal approval process, which will occur, final approval of the budget will occur in early November. So with that, a few logistics to start. I think you've all found the beverages and refreshments that are in the jury room adjacent to City Council chambers. We do have dinner provided tonight by El Jardín Restaurant. It'll be here at about 5:30. The agenda shows 6 o'clock, but it might be most prudent to take a short break and grab some food when it arrives at 5:30 or shortly thereafter. Because the budget is a tool for accomplishing Council's priorities, it makes sense to begin with the review of the annual Comprehensive Plan Indicators Report. The information was assembled earlier in the year, but this seemed like a good time to present that information to City Council to kind of lay a foundation for City Council's discussions this evening about City Council goals and City Council priorities. So to kick off the budget retreat this year, Steve Timms, the city's planning manager, is here to walk through the 2015 Comp Plan Indicators Report, which has data up through the end of 2014. So I'll turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. Members of council. So this is the 2014 scorecard report of indicator snapshot of where the city's at on a variety of issues. And today's presentation is just to summarize a couple of those key ones that have some merit and perhaps will be helpful for today's discussions as well. So we'll go over a comprehensive plan overview. We'll go over the indicators report. We have a couple of examples we'll talk about, and then any questions and answers that may occur. So just a refresher for council, but also perhaps those watching. The comprehensive plan is a community-driven plan. It's a long-range vision plan for Commerce City, 30-plus years into the future. So when it was done back in 2010, looking out potentially out to 2040, it is a guide that the city can be sustainable and economically viable, and it does guide government and community choices that are faced with on a day-to-day basis. These were the big ideas found throughout the plan, and there's 7 of them. I will not read them, but they are there for reference. And these kind of permeate throughout the plan on ideas, et cetera, going through it. The comprehensive plan is divided up into different chapters. Each chapter has a specific topic, and you'll see the varying topic and chapter headings there. There are indicators for each of those particular headers. And then something that we're interested here in planning is obviously the future land use plan. In a perfect world, how would Commerce City develop and how would it grow? This map helps us guide decisions, especially for those zonings and annexations. Also helps Planning Commission and City Council with those decision choices as well. So this particular indicators report, what is an indicator? Well, it's simply a snapshot, the status of a local program or goal that's occurring. There are multiple indicators do provide a measuring system for trends, and as a result, it can aid in decision-making for our community. So this is the 5th year of the report, and we do have trends that are emerging and are occurring. It does correspond to the chapters of the comprehensive plan that I referenced, and each chapter has anywhere from 1 to 7 indicators. I believe that there's 44 indicators total found in the report. Today we're going to highlight about a little over a dozen indicators. And then as you go through the indicator report, there's 2 major categories of indicators. There's those that are direct influence and those that have an indirect influence. Obviously, the direct influence are those that the city has direct control over. For example, trail miles constructed over the past year, we do have the ultimate say over that. An indirect influence would be something such as new residential units constructed. Obviously, we can help shape and have a favorable regulatory environment. But at the end of the day, the market's going to dictate that type of influence. So with that in mind, we will move forward then to the actual indicators to highlight this afternoon. And our first one is population. I know earlier in the year we had a special a study session dealing with CDBG and 50,000. And so at the end of last year, our population there, we did overcome that 50,000 mark, 51,428. We are seeing our city grow about 3% a year, which is high. It's not as high as the mid-2000s, but a traditional city, even some large cities, Indianapolis or Kansas City or Wichita, those will grow about 1% a year. And so for us to grow 3% a year is still growing quite quickly. In terms of building permits, that's always a good sign of what's occurring. This graph on the left shows, a bar graph shows total number of building permits issued through our building department, and you'll see that 2014 was a phenomenal year for all types of building activity, from fences all the way to large-scale commercial or industrial buildings. I do know that we had a question, I think, a couple of weeks ago about exactly how many single-family units we did. You'll look up there. We did 353 in 2014, a little bit lower than what we did in 2013. One reason is that, for a long time, the builders were eating up the existing inventory that was up north, and so they weren't spending money on infrastructure and platting. And now that all that kind of excess capacity has been absorbed, we are seeing them now spend money, and you'll see earthwork up there moving. I believe right now we have under review or under construction over 1,050 single-family residential lots. So we have a good 3+ years that's currently going through the system or under construction right now. So we expect these numbers, again, to continue to grow. In terms of unemployment, another reflector on what's going on in the economy. We had that awful recession, and Commerce City, Adams County was hit hard. You'll see that we continue to make strides in the positive direction. At the end of 2014, or actually about 10 months into 2014, the unemployment rate was about 6.8%, down from 15.2 at the height of the recession. Obviously, in 2015, I believe, and we'll have some numbers that show it's closer to 3 to 4%. So even in this past year, we've seen those numbers come down dramatically, and that's true in Adams County and the state as well. In terms of vacancy rates, not residential vacancy, but on the non-residential side, office, retail, and industrial. We know that industrial market is extremely hot and extremely tight right now, and the vacancy rate at the end of 2014 does show that, 1.3 vacancy rate. But even under 5% vacancy rate for office and retail is a good, healthy place to be as well, considering, look what we were back in 2011, 21 and 18%. So to see that decrease over that shorter period of time being reflected in the real world is a good, robust market. In terms of non-residential building construction, this just shows the number of new buildings and buildings. These are not additions, but these are full-blown new commercial or industrial construction, square feet, and then the valuations. So we did have a strong year in 2014. We had a lot of commercial activity came online up north. And so we expect the trend to continue for the next 12 to 18 months from everything we've heard from the brokers and real estate community as well. In terms of new housing units, we did mention earlier we had 353. This map on the right shows approximately where they're spread out. But you'll see in general they're spread out over areas, again, where there were existing lots ready to go. And those lots have been absorbed. We're seeing new development activity occur. in some new places. We did highlight this last year, and I'll highlight it again this year. Two things. One is there's not a map that shows the historic city on here because, quite simply, we had 2 units in the historic city last year. So we do have a desire to increase our housing stock in the historic city as well. And then, as you all know, we had the issue with multifamily. You'll see that we did 6 units last year. There were 2 3-plexes in Outlook that were completed. But we passed that construction defect ordinance. I am happy to say that we do have an application right now for 72 units in Bell Creek that's currently under review. We also have an application for townhome units in Bell Creek as well. So hopefully that's a good portent of things to come. In terms of infill permits, in the historical city in Irondale, this measures permits, not necessarily like a fence permit, but this mentions additions or garages or some type of sizable investment on properties. And you'll see that we had a 28.6% increase between 2013 and 2014 on residential side and the commercial side, highlighting that citizens are feeling a little bit more confident about their finances, about the future direction, and they want to make some investments or reinvestments in their property, which is always a positive sign. And so you'll see that 135 is dramatically higher than where we've been since the recession occurred. In terms of redevelopment focus areas, our comprehensive plan does talk about 5 redevelopment focus areas in our city. One is Derby, one is the Claremont neighborhood, just 60th and Claremont behind Walgreens and Wendy's. One is the Mile High Greyhound Park, one is the Fast Track Station by 72nd and Colorado, and one is the area by 104th and US 85. And so you'll see the varying different number of permits, square feet, their valuations of those different areas by year. And again, Derby continues to be the strongest as expected. However, we do expect in the future for the Fast Track Station and for the Greyhound Park to continue to potentially start showing up as well. In terms of transportation, this was an issue with 2K, but roads over capacity. We do have an increase over in 2014, as we have seen compared to 2012 or 2013, a sizable increase. That 9.9 miles includes Tower Road that's being addressed, Rosemary Street, and then Highway 2, which is also being addressed. So there's some an example where the indicator is reflecting on action being taken part by council and the community on improvements already for those. In terms of transit ridership is important for our community. You'll see the numbers, in spite of the economy getting better, our transit numbers have actually increased over the past year, and the very high numbers. You also see the addition of the 104X up north. That's been a success, and RTD has championed that around the metro area. And it also suggests that, even with the economy going better, people are finding our transit to be useful, and it suggests that there's opportunity maybe for expansion or additional lines or routes in the future as well. So that's an encouraging indicator. In terms of recreational and cultural programs, we had a solid year in 2014 compared to 2013. You'll see the increase has gone up here every single year. And again, as the growing population at 3% a year, we expect those numbers to increase. And then we have that new recreation center up north. That should only help to add to those numbers in the future as well. In terms of schools are always a popular topic within our community. This is one of those indirect indicators. But Adams 14 and 27J, this shows the utilization at the different schools. Right now they have, last year they had 7,600 students, 441 over capacity. And you'll see that their schools, some of them are, in fact, no surprise, overcrowded. And then 27J also has 7,100 students. 3 years ago they just had 6,400, so almost 1,000 more students. And they are, again, as you all know, overcrowded and unbalanced. However, they are most vulnerable due to the increased residential activity occurring up north. And so that's something just to be aware of. In terms of website activity, this is a new indicator, but it shows that the number of visits, the number of new visits, and the number of page views for our city website. And then it'll show you how many of those are new visitors and how many of those are returning visitors. And so we're getting a high number of utilization, and we're also getting a large number of new visitors and repeat visitors to our city website. So a good testament to how our website's laid out and the information available therein. In terms of appearance and design code enforcement, these were the top 5 violations by type in our city. And we don't compare these on a year-to-year basis because the numbers fluctuate greatly, and there could be different highlights throughout the year. But over the past year, in 2014, certainly outdoor storage or illegal outdoor storage was the biggest. Weed and grass growth, inoperable vehicles, garbage trash removal, and then parking on unapproved surfaces and the respective numbers therein. In terms of environmental conservation, we have had this question before, and so it's a good one to see in terms of renewable energy permits. And these are things such as solar panels through our building department. You'll see that 2014 saw off the charts compared to the previous years, 27 projects within our city compared to previous years. And we think those are great, and we continue to encourage those and let those go higher even. So in summary, our indicators for 2014 are showing that Commerce City is a desirable place to live and to work for residents and for businesses. On target, our indicators are on target or trending positively in most areas, which is positive news. And the economy for Colorado, it's doing extremely well. That's reflected in the county level and also the local level, and so we're excited about that. Certain indicators do show a need for attention. It's not all 100% rosy, so multifamily units and roads over capacity are 2 areas that, again, the council's taken action on, but those are things that we like to look at to make sure that we are moving in the right direction. And then budget realities do create the need for targeted and strategic decision making, which is a good lead into the budget conversation later on. Obviously, the where to spend money, there's certainly more places to spend it than actual dollars available. So, with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions or anything I can do.
All right, thanks. Does anyone have any questions of Steve at this time on the indicators report? Seeing none, great presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we move into discussion of the 2016 annual budget, let me introduce you to a new staff member that you might not recognize.
Sure don't.
Mark Smith is sitting at the far end of the table on my right. Mark Smith is a budget analyst, and he joined the city about 6 weeks ago.
Great.
Welcome aboard.
You came at the wrong time.
Came at the right time.
That depends on how we look at the budget.
Well, let me begin by walking through our plan of attack as we work through the open items relative to the 2016 budget. This first section is primarily a review of information that's been presented previously. The only item in this section that requires some discussion and direction from the City Council would be the item related to the legislative budget. We had a preliminary discussion with City Council. We presented a budget for your consideration in an effort to address your needs in terms of legislative spending for 2016, but we want to circle back with you this evening and make sure that the specific detail listed in that section of the budget will meet your expectations for 2016. Then Roger Tinklenberg and Jim Hayes will walk through the proposed 5-year capital improvements plan. There's quite a bit of review and discussion from City Council required to make sure the list of projects are in order of priority and that those projects that are of the highest priority are adequately funded over this next 5 years. This will be the first time that we've assembled a 5-year capital improvements plan. What's most critical is clearly identifying priority projects and funding for projects for 2016 and 2017. It is those 2 years that will be formally included in the adopted budget. The remaining 3 years in this proposed 5-year plan will be just that, a plan, a guide to help make sure that we invest limited resources in the most appropriate way. Then we also would like to have a discussion with City Council on the appropriate use of 2K operating revenue for operations and maintenance expenses. It might seem like a straightforward issue, but as we've waded into it at staff level, and City Council has had some discussions about it as well, it's a fairly complex issue with no clear right or wrong answers, so we've had a chance to review some policy options with the Capital Improvement Plan Citizen Advisory Committee, and so we'll share with you their feedback in hopes of getting some direction from you so that we can actually create a policy document to guide our use of 2K revenue for operations and maintenance. And then we will end this evening by circling back on a list of items that we've been collecting on your behalf, issues that have come up in council discussion over the last 12 months that one or more of you have expressed some interest in including in the budget. So we want to circle back on those items and get direction from City Council on whether or not they should be included in the budget. As I mentioned earlier, this shows 6 p.m. for dinner. We actually have dinner scheduled to arrive closer to 5:30. At that time, council can decide if you want to take a longer break and have something to eat, or if you want to just grab something and keep moving through the agenda. So we'll make that decision when we get to that point. All right. We talked about our overall budget philosophy when we started presenting the budget. This is not only a staff's budget philosophy, but I believe it reflects City Council's philosophy towards adopting the budget. It's certainly important to create a balanced budget. The city's intent for the last several years has been to direct one-time revenues towards one-time expenditures and not use one-time revenues for ongoing operations and maintenance. It's been important to senior staff and City Council to take proper care of city government's workforce. We also believe it's important to provide first-class services to our community. We've had a continued emphasis on improving operational efficiencies, at doing what we do as efficiently as we can with the minimum amount of resources necessary. We've had a renewed effort to project at least 1 year in advance to anticipate future budget situations. We always want to position the city to withstand changes in the world economy around us while also taking advantage of growth. We also want to maintain healthy reserves and only use them as a last resort. It's also critical that this budget help implement City Council's goals and various approved city plans. And a goal of staff would be to have key decisions for the budget made by September 2nd, which is why the budget retreat occurs at this point in time during the year, so that city staff can begin preparing the formal budget document. The first formal step in the approval process for City Council occurs on October 19th. In terms of budget accomplishments, I did ask department directors to present flat budgets to the extent possible with respect to ongoing operations and maintenance. Although revenue is increasing, so are our overall expenses. So again, we're not seeing excess revenue by any means. So department directors did a great job of planning their budgets to be as flat as possible. I have reviewed the requests from departments, and we've shared a lot of that information with you previously. My decisions are based upon those initiatives and those operational efforts that best accomplish City Council's goals. So that's always our key focus when recommending budget expenditures to the council. This is a summary slide that shows the overall proposal for spending general fund dollars in 2016. You see the breakdown between operations and 2K operations. In 16, we also would recommend a $60,000 transfer to the city's housing authority. You see here the contribution to the elected officials' retirement fund. We have required debt service and debt service related to 2K. We also have some 2K fund balance. We've been generating more revenue in 2K than we've been spending at the front end of getting all of the projects finished. There is a proposed transfer to the capital improvement program this year. We're also recommending some additional funds for the URA, primarily for maintenance of the dog track. So you'll see an expense subtotal as the budget currently stands. This next slide shows revenues with planned expenditures. We anticipate a little over $68 million in general fund in total revenues. We anticipate utilizing $200,000 in excess operating revenue from 2014 carried forward for the 2016 budget. We also are proposing that we utilize $140,000 in excess funds in the court surcharge fund. And then we've superimposed them at the bottom of the slide our planned expenditures. So at this point, at the front end of the budget retreat, we anticipate a surplus of $230,000 for City Council to be mindful of as you walk through additional initiatives that have not yet been funded in the recommended budget to this point.
Brian, can I stop you here? On our, it says general fund revenue 2014, 200,000, and you had 357,889. And we don't have that 140,000 for the court surcharge on our presentation either. So the difference, I know what a court surcharge is, but the difference between our 200,000 and the 357,889, what is that?
Thank you for mentioning that. I was using incorrect numbers on an earlier version of the budget presentation. The two changes that you will see reflected here, one is that the initial presentation was included in the packet did not account for the court surcharge as a revenue in other sections of the budget. Additionally, we had, through some other adjustments that were made in the budget, since the presentation was published, we are now proposing to use some additional fund balance from 2014 to make sure that we have a balanced budget in 2016. One of the key changes that we made in the budget since the council has seen these presentations last, you might recall there were some positions proposed to be funded from 2K in advance of the new recreation center opening. We've made some adjustments and are no longer proposing to fund those additional positions in 2016, which meant that some funds were shifted around, placing an additional burden on the general fund, requiring some additional 2014 fund balance in order to balance the budget. Is that a good answer?
Yes.
Okay, it's a good answer, but I don't know what the hell you said. So, I mean, I understand you said something, but I didn't completely understand it. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I just didn't get that one.
Well, that makes two of us.
Okay.
I've tried to explain it as simply as I can. The initial layout of the overall expenditures, we had not factored in utilizing fund balance from the court surcharge. Now, we are making that assumption based on the chief's presentation on August 10th that the City Council wished to proceed with some additional initiatives that the chief put forth, and the intent at that time was to use excess fund balance in the court surcharge fund. So that's why you see that $140,000, and it'll be different than what you see in your packet. In addition, the other key change that we made was not funding additional new positions out of 2K for the new rec center in 2016. So again, that required some readjusting of funding And those positions that are existing with the city that were intended to transfer to 2K are now staying within the general fund. But in order to not reduce that $230,000 number, I've elected to bring in some additional fund balance from 2014 in order to balance the budget.
When you explained it that way that time, maybe you said the same thing the first time, but I just didn't understand it the first time. But that time I understood what you said.
And there will be plenty of opportunity to walk through how we've laid this out, and certainly the decisions that you make this evening will change these numbers as well. So these aren't final by any means. It's a starting point for the discussion tonight.
Before you continue, Brian, on the court surcharge, part of my concern is, I had the judge track me down and talk to me about the court surcharge. He told me that he absolutely didn't feel that we should be able to touch that money or use it for anything outside of what it's. Is it not working?
It's not. We can turn it on.
How's that? Better? All right. So on the court surcharge, I just want to know where we're at with it, because I was not under the opinion until I talked to the judge that he had concerns with it to that level, that we could use that money for other things besides what it's been used for. So I don't know if that's a question for Bob, and I wanted to make sure before we start using the court surcharge for anything other than what it's been used for, that this council knows that the judge contacted me. He said he would absolutely come in if we were to change the ordinance to allow the use of that surcharge, to speak against it. And so I just want to make sure that we all know where we're at with this court surcharge and whether it's something that we want to use outside of the realm of what it's been used for. And at first I thought, well, everything's okay. We can use some of this. After talking to the judge, I just want to make sure we all know where we're at so that we don't end up doing something that later on the judge comes back and goes, I think you guys made a horrible decision because I needed this money for this or this. So I just wanted to get some explanation of it before we move forward.
There are two questions there. One is, two questions related to the appropriate use of the court surcharge. One is essentially a legal question that Bob has looked at, and I'll ask him to chime in here in a moment. The other, from a more policy standpoint, it would be my opinion, based upon the review of the various staff that have looked at it, including Mr. Gaylor, that the initiatives proposed by the chief are appropriate uses of the court surcharge based upon the language that exists in the ordinance that authorizes the court surcharge. When I discussed the issue with Judge Juarez, he was concerned that the language in the ordinance was too vague. And his suggestion was, if we are going to spend court surcharge on a growing list of initiatives, he thinks it would be more appropriate to amend the ordinance to provide an authorization that's broader to the uses that we've used it for. I do think, separate from that, the judge would prefer to keep the court surcharge as low as possible. So we are advocating that we leave the court surcharge at its current level and use it for these additional important police department initiatives. As you've seen in the budget information that we've presented so far, revenue is tight. There are a lot of things during this budget cycle that I'm not recommending to you because of limited revenue, but City Council ultimately makes that decision. If City Council wished to pursue these additional police department initiatives, and the two that we're speaking of would be body cameras and some form of a citizen advisory board, we could fund them from some other source of funds. It likely would be the general fund, which again is rather tight. So it's my recommendation that we use the court surcharge, but maybe Bob can answer the legal question.
In looking at the ordinance, it's very general, purposely written that way. It says, in the discretion of the city manager for criminal justice programs and for victim and witness assistance programs. So criminal justice is about as broad as you can get. So I don't think the ordinance needs to be changed. It's a matter of how you want to administer that ordinance and the city manager, because the city manager has discretion as long as for a criminal justice program. Well, criminal justice program is about as general wording as you can ask for. So I think the judge would like us to interpret that more narrowly or to administer it more narrowly, but now it's a question of how far the council wants to go with that.
Well, I guess here's my concern, and I want to make this as clear as I can. I think that we need to have the funds available to do the things that we need in the police department. I understand the reason for using the court surcharge. That's not my concern. But this council has 3 employees: Bob Gaylor, the judge, and the city manager. And the last thing I want is between the 3 of you to have one person that is not happy with things that are going on. So it would be much more comfortable to me if, even if the judge didn't understand it, that if you guys were able to sit down together, the 3 of you, and be able to work through it so that he's not trying to hit up other council members or going out, just upset. He's a good judge. I like to keep him around. I do believe that's the same sentiment of the rest of the council, but it's unfortunate that I get hit up by one of the 3 of you saying, no, I don't like this, I'll come to council and I will speak against it if you do anything. I don't want you using the surcharge for that. And then to sit here and roll it into our budget. It just is much more comfortable if the 3 of you could come with some kind, work it out amongst the 3 of you to the betterment of the budget and the courts, and make sure it fits into the legal analysis that Bob laid out, so that when it comes to us, we're not sitting here, and I don't think the rest of the council has been approached, but I have been. And to sit here and go, okay, so what kind of fire are we starting as a council that we really didn't even know we were accelerating? And so just out of a comfort position for me, I think it makes more sense to make sure that the 3 of you are all on the same page. So I'm not trying to say, don't do this or do it. I'm just saying, it's much better if Brian goes into a team meeting with all of the directors of the city. You don't want 3 of them to be totally opposed to whatever's going on and the others being supportive. You want to try to work that out before you get to that decision point. So I just really would like to see if there can be some effort between the 3 of you to work through that, to where I'm not getting hit up by one of the 3 of you at a community outreach going, hey, I don't like what you're doing. So does that make sense? It's not though I don't want to use it. It's that I want to make sure, because it's coming out of the courts, I think he's probably feeling a little more offended because it's coming out his department maybe. But and I don't know if it's choking down any of his programs that he was going to use that money for. But at the end of the day, it's just like doing a school district budget and making sure that everybody's on the same page. So before we got past this, I felt I owed it not only to the judge, and I would do it for either one of you, to bring it up, make sure the council understood the situation, and make sure that we're moving forward as one body, instead of getting this budget passed and all of a sudden having the judge go, hey, I've had enough. I don't want that. So
Yeah, I'd be happy to meet with Judge Juarez
I
again.
think that would be great.
I met with Judge Juarez maybe 2 months ago.
He mentioned that.
His concern at the time was that he didn't believe the language in the ordinance was appropriate, so I committed to him, absolutely, we can work on amendments to the ordinance that better perhaps address and are more specific to what the funds have been used for. I was not aware that he was still opposed.
All right, so here's what I would ask, and only if the council would oblige, that between now and October 16th, when we have to have some of this wrapped up, that you and Bob sit down with Judge Juarez and be able to come back and give me and the council some comfort of where everybody's at and that we're all on the same page. That's all I need.
We'll do that.
Go ahead, Jason.
I'm concerned that this is coming up in this context, and frankly, that the tone of your comments just, I sort of took, I don't know, they struck me for whatever reason. I don't think this is a matter, given the fact that it's come up in this context and in this manner with this tone, that we send our 3 direct reports off to sort this out. There's clearly a matter that we need to be present for, and rather than ask them to go off and discuss and then relay and recap that dialogue, this needs to be something that we can discuss collectively.
Yep.
So, study session or otherwise, this came up initially during Judge Juarez's one-on-one, and it was an observation that he raised. We were very clear on that. This is a great example of what happens when you have multiple parties that are part of a discussion that are not concurrently part of a discussion. And so we've had conversation and comment from the chief, from the city attorney, from the city manager, very recently, in fact, about this court surcharge and what it can and can't be used for. My understanding from the comments from the chief in particular was that he had personally talked to the judge, and the judge was thumbs up as a result of that conversation. So we now have multiple versions of where the judge is and is not. If you've been approached by the judge offline at such an event, bottom line, it's an inappropriate place to bring up such a point, especially to have it then come up in this context. In my personal opinion, and I would suggest that we guide him back to a collective council discussion. I'm of the opinion, based on our past conversation with the city attorney's comment, that while the ordinance was written in such a general way, arguably that is by design. If it were any more explicit, it would be absolutely limiting in how those dollars could be used, and we would have a much different process if we ever chose to use them for anything different, et cetera. And I think, again, it's a policy question. The ordinance as written is not for us to decide, but rather for the city manager to decide. So if that is the concern, that we want to change the way in which that item is controlled and make it a city council decision, all of those things, again, to me suggest they need to get the city attorney, the city manager, the judge, and this council around the table at the same time, so we don't have a he said, he said. I don't personally see anything that suggests we should not proceed with the suggested use of those funds for the programs in question, but I do think we have to get sooner than later to a definitive point of agreement on how we are going to program those dollars and whether or not we have an exposure in terms of the ordinance. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. As a matter of fact, I'm okay moving forward with what we've got here. I just don't want one of those 3 employees of this council to not feel that they're a part of the discussion. And so I think you're right on the money. I think it'd be great to have the judge come in, and we've heard from the chief, the city manager, and our attorney. Have the judge come in and let him explain to us, because this was so recent. This is the first time the surcharge came up, and I didn't want a decision to be made without the council being aware of it.
But that's my point. We talked about this. This has been part of the conversation.
Yep.
And this is the 3rd time, if my memory serves, that we've talked specifically about these funds for this purpose.
Yep.
And in both of those prior conversations, there was a related comment to the court surcharge, et cetera. So in advance of that, I know we had a preliminary discussion after the judge's one-on-one when we first heard about his concern with that court surcharge. So there's actually been a series of conversations, and I guess that's where I'm wanting to try and figure out what.
Well, and I agree with you, and so I was under the impression that I think you all were under, that the judge was okay with this. I didn't find out until last week the judge is not okay with this, and I think it's important that, regardless of moving forward with this, that we give him some comfort of why, and that we have that one-on-one so that we all know where the city attorney, the judge, and the city manager are on the issue. And that's why I brought it up. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. I just want to make sure we're fair to the judge in hearing him as well.
I guess if I can just finish. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I guess to me, given the number of conversations that we've had it suggests that we have a gap in our communication. So clearly, all of the outcome of these conversations become part of the notes and the minutes for our conversations. My guess is that the city judge is not reading the minutes from every council meeting and study session to know what's going on. And so unless we had explicit guidance to go back to and make sure that he was brought up to to speed on the outcome of any one of those conversations, I guess that could introduce a further gap. So just suggest that we need to make sure that we're keeping others in the loop as these conversations progress.
Mr. Mayor,
I would just ask that you guys put that together so that we can sit down with the judge.
Can I?
if the judge is going to meet with the council, I think it'd be a good idea if the city manager and I were
Absolutely.
present
Absolutely.
at the same time.
Yeah, all three of you. I had Steve first.
Had a question on this, the way this is supposed to add up on their estimated expenditures. Shouldn't that be $68,873,499? Because you're adding the general revenue fund plus the court surcharge to the $68,375,610. Is that correct?
We will do some quick math to see if the numbers are correct.
I came up with the same amount also. Okay.
Well, we're waiting for those numbers. JD, do you have a comment?
I don't. Oh, I guess I'm off. Okay. I'm kind of where Jason is with this. Brian said that the judge spoke with him 2 months ago, so the judge has been very aware of this conversation. And Brian has said to us that the judge's problem was the language of the ordinance, not what we would use the expenditure on. The city attorney says that language was specifically done that way, so that there was some room to move in there. These conversations have been going on quite a while, and not to be disrespectful to the judge, but I'm not sure that I agree with that approach. Finding the mayor and having a conversation at an outreach. I think that we've had our one-on-one with the judge. We've had presentations from the chief. We've talked about this. I do know that a while back the judge had spoke of the funds and that maybe they should be lowered. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm very uncomfortable with the way this is coming forward, that knowing that the judge had a conversation with the city manager 2 months ago and that it has been on agendas. It evidently has been on the judge's mind. So, like I said, I don't want to seem disrespectful to the judge, but I thought this council had its presentation and discussion and kind of had made a decision how to move forward. So, I don't want to wait, and I don't want to say to the city manager and the city attorney that they have to have another meeting until all three are in agreement. So I do feel this is council's decision, but I respect that you brought it up.
Thank you. And what I requested after Mr. McEldowney made his comments was not that the three of them work it out, that the three of them put together a study session opportunity that we can sit down with all three of them to make sure we're on the same page. And I think that that's the appropriate way to do it, because in the past I was under the impression that the judge was maybe not totally okay with it, but he was understanding of it. When I was approached last week, that's not what I got. So I think it is important, because those three are employees of the council, to sit down with the three of them and make sure. But we continue to move forward with what we're moving forward with in our budget with the $140,000 expenditure towards those police department items. Right?
I believe the chief, do you have something you wanted to add at this point in the discussion?
Yeah, I would just add that the city manager asked Ms. Karstens and I to meet with the judge following his presentation to you all on the state of the court. during which time he recommended either lowering the fine, or eliminating it in total. And I think when he made that recommendation to you, he was looking at the court's utilization of the fund, not the budget. And so Ms. Carsons and I met with him and showed him that we were actually exceeding revenues with expenses year over year in that fund, and that the fund balance was working down. That was the first part of our conversation. He said he wasn't aware of that, he didn't know that, and it certainly may have altered his comments to you all had he seen that budget analysis when he made his State of the Court presentation. The second piece of it was about appropriate expenditures. And what he shared with us was that when the ordinance was created, that there was some legislative intent on the behalf of the council that created it that was more limited in scope than the way their ordinance currently reads. And so he is speaking, I believe, from the place where he thinks that the use of those funds ought to be limited more than they are in the authorized ordinance. So I've spoke with Mr. Gaylor. He believes, as he said to you, that the discretion of the use of those funds is pretty broad and is a policy decision that is delegated in that ordinance to the city manager. After Ms. Carsons and I had that conversation with the judge, he informed us that he was going to meet with the city manager to further discuss this because he wanted to see the restriction of those funds beyond what the current ordinance allowed for. So I think what we have is a little bit difference in what people want, not necessarily a disagreement over what's there. I don't think the judge is disagreeing that the current ordinance allows a broad expenditure. I think his perspective is that the council that created that wanted a more limited use of those funds, and I think that's the discussion he wanted to have.
I can speak to the fact that when it was drafted, I was the person who drafted it. It was intended to be liberal, not as the judge interprets it.
Sure, I get that. I just see it being a difference of opinion. I'm with Jason. I think we just need to sit down and listen to what everybody has to say, so that we're under the same impression.
Just to clarify, it was not my intention during my court surcharge presentation to say in any way that the judge supported these requests. In fact, I don't think he does support the use of this revenue source for those expenditures. He supports the request that I made and believes that that evidence would be good in the courtroom for the municipal court and for prosecutions generally, but I don't believe he is supportive of this revenue source funding them.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else before we move forward? Go ahead, Brian.
As staff worked on the 2016 budget, requests exceeded available funding. That happens every year. Needs to manage growth in the community seem to far exceed available revenue. This is a summary slide that shows by category what was initially requested by staff. The recommended column is what I am recommending as the city manager in the budget to you. So in terms of vehicle requests, you can see $641,000 was initially requested. There is $220,000 proposed in the budget for new vehicles to be funded out of fleet retained earnings. There were $1.3 million in new positions requested in the budget. The recommended budget includes just $271,000 in new positions. You could see differences between facility requests, what was requested and recommended, and on down the list. So total requested almost $4.7 million. Given available revenue, I'm recommending to you almost $1.4 million across those different categories. Likewise, 2K requests were requested, and because of available 2K operating and revenue funds matched up to needs with respect to new 2K facilities, I am able to recommend to you funding those requests that have been made by the departments.
Right.
Go ahead. Who's first? Jason? Go ahead, Jason.
I just wanted to, not to nitpick each page, but I think we've got some math problems on this one as well. We have, if you look at the line items in recommended, you've got one that's decreased from 271 to 207. Up one slide for me. So the second one down shows 207, 192. The version in our packet shows 271, 639. The total for that column was 1,337,705. This shows 1,273. I'm trying to. Did I have the math wrong?
No, we have a different slides than you do.
Yep.
Yeah, I do apologize. There are some additional changes on the slides that relate back to the changes I mentioned previously, and I also moved forward too quickly. We do have an explanation, as I understand. Can somebody explain the math that's shown on this slide that Mr. Douglas had a concern about?
Okay. Can you hear me okay? So the first three lines are not intended to add up to the fourth total. That expenditure total actually comes from the previous slide. So if you add the first three lines, which is the revenue that's going to be used in 2016, and subtract the fourth line, which is the 2016 expenditures, that shows a surplus in general fund of $230,000.
So just my suggestion on a slide like this, if it's not obvious that the math should work, then there need to be comments on the page that explain the math. So there's a lot of white space on this slide. We could put a couple bullets that explain the derivation of the numbers. We can't have information in a public document where a citizen is going to look at this and be suspect, or we're sitting here suspect as to how the math works. It's awkward for all of us to pose those questions. So we want to understand how it works, and when explained, it seems to make sense, but we need to have that information in front of us.
We understand. And again, my apologies. We did make changes to the totals to correct some information that was originally presented, and that's why the presentation that we're showing on the screen does not match what was in the City Council packet. But I thought it was best to present the most accurate information, even though it does differ with what's in your packet. We'll make sure we send out the updated presentation to you so that you have the most current
Or you can do
information.
You can do something where it shows that this new position request, put a 1 by it, and down below show why it's a change in it from when we originally got it to when you did it here. It doesn't. You don't have to send out a whole new. Just show us the changes that were made, where we get to see them instead of sitting there looking at this and trying to figure out why our numbers are off by $60-something thousand.
Yeah, I would agree with Renee. I think it's important if there are changes from the version that's been posted. We've had this happen in other circumstances. We get a delta between what's been posted in the agenda and what we see in front of us. And those of us that have sat and done our homework scratch our head when we see something different. So if I'm going to make a recommendation, if council gives a nod, when there are changes between what we see in a meeting and what's been posted online, it needs to be redlined so that we see the edited, visible edit copy on screen. And second, I think that the revised version of this presentation needs to be posted to the agenda so that folks who want to access that can get to it, because somebody that's going to look at this offline or otherwise, they're going to see inconsistent information. So that's my 2 cents on this.
I would agree.
It's absolutely a fair comment. When we make changes with enough lead time, we are able to post an updated presentation to the packet online. Unfortunately, these changes didn't occur until afternoon today. But I felt it was important enough to go ahead and update what was presented tonight. We will email this version out to you and make sure that the public who has an interest will be able to see the most current version. That is why this slide does...
I had one more comment before you go on, Brian. Steve.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think you... No? You good? Same thing? All right, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you.
So what you'll see on this slide is the most current information as of about 1:30 this afternoon. I mentioned the additional 2K requests. Currently, in the proposed budget, we have listed these projects to be funded out of the general fund: police radios, warning towers, parking lot maintenance, concrete flat work program, the sidewalk connectivity program, and a bit of work to be done at the north end of Central Park Boulevard. Those are the only capital improvement projects in 16 that are proposed to be funded out of the general fund. Cheryl, is this information different than what was presented the last time we presented revenue information to City Council? If you could hear that, the last revenue information we had was through April, so this information will be new, updated revenue information from the last time we presented 2015 revenue information to City Council.
If I can just make the comment, please keep in mind, we remind you of this several times when we have an opportunity to discuss, but some of the revenues lag behind, some of them as much as 2 months. So even though we say this is January through June, this is the snapshot we took after June numbers were posted, but we do still have some revenues that we don't have in. Cigarette tax, highway users tax, even the sales tax numbers lag behind. So I just wanted to make sure you understand kind of that dynamic of how the numbers are constantly changing.
Are the expenditures current?
Yes.
Okay, so if we get in more money with these same expenditures, that $57,000 difference is going to go up?
Yes.
Okay, that's all we care about. Okay.
I mentioned at the front end of this presentation, one of the key areas for feedback at this section of the agenda was on the legislative budget. We had a chance to present to you an initial draft of the proposed 2016 legislative budget on August 10th. We handed out at that meeting the list of events, golf tournaments and such that we had initially factored into the budget to get to that bottom line. And just to summarize, in terms of salaries and benefits, you see a fairly modest increase. We're able to keep materials and supplies and services and charges flat. So you see overall a total year-over-year increase of 1.2%. The overall variance summary is shown on this slide. Even though there was a 1.2% change year-over-year, some line items did change as we shifted funds between different categories based upon actual expenses. I don't think this is any different than what we showed on August 10th. Is it? So this will be the same information that we shared on August 10th.
NLC dues in here, or NLC membership? Because I see CML and MMC and noise, but NLC sent a notice out that we were... Okay.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
These are, I don't believe these are actually new items. These are this slide might actually be in error. I think we inadvertently included a slide from last year. These are not new items. These are items that are in the current year budget that we are proposing to include in the budget in 2016.
I was going to say, one of the things on here that I noticed that we did not participate in this year, and the time has already passed, is that 4-H benefit dinner. I didn't even see anything come up on that this year.
Well, I do apologize. This is not correct information. 2015 events have been carried over to 2016. We are not proposing any new events in 2016, but that is the purpose of this discussion this evening. If there are any additional events or activities that City Council wishes to include, this would be
The time.
the right time
So to the council, is there any things that you want to add to the non-city agency grant piece that has recently come up that is different than what we've been doing in the past? JD?
I know last year, and it was last minute, if I remember right, we purchased seats for the QCF, what's going to be their annual wine tasting fundraiser. So I don't know if council wants to take a look at being part of that every year.
It's on our calendar. Lisa, where? Okay, so that's a discretionary fund expenditure
Yes.
rather
Okay.
than non-city.
Unless council would like, I think Ms. Carson's point was, should we add that to the budget in
Right.
16?
Do we, and I would have to ask Crystal and JD, serving on the Cultural Council, is that something you foresee happening every year, or do you think, you know...
It's a whole different, it's the Quality Community
Okay,
Foundation.
do you think it'll happen every year? Or do you think after
I
this
do
year-
believe it will happen every year, but it's not tied to Cultural Council.
Right,
But yes, I do
you think
believe
it'll happen every
they...
year? Then if it's going to happen every year, I would rather put it on here than not. It's that reoccurring item that I think we're looking at. So it's up to the council. I don't have any problem adding it to this as long as you see it being an every year situation. Is that not on there?
No, it's not on there. I was going to bring up at the next regular meeting, everybody has in their packet this, it was the Blue Stem Banquet. The name's changed somewhat because we're going in a kind of a different direction, and this year is going to be from sunset to the full moon dinner right out at the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge, and we're going to premiere the new Blackfoot Ferret exhibit and everything, and have a wild dinner. So everybody gets to go out and catch something and bring it back and cook it. Sean wouldn't have a problem with that. But I would like to add that to this because as far as the Friends of the Front Range, it's going to be a every year occurrence.
You got that one, Lisa?
Bring you one?
Blue stem?
Well, it's called Friends of the Front Range Wildlife.
Yeah.
What is it? The full moon dinner.
From the Friends of the Front Range.
Yes, I did get a
Wildlife
copy of that today, and
Okay,
I'll
so
add
we
it.
need. Can we put that on here as well?
You want to add it to the
As a
2016 budget?
Right, as a recurring event. That was the request.
Yes.
There is different levels of sponsorship, so you'd have to select what sponsorship.
What would sponsor what the cost is going to be. You have it here in front of All right, so there's a lot of different opportunities here. Black-footed ferret sponsor includes 15 guests at $5,000. Bison sponsors $2,500, includes 10 guests. Eagle sponsors 1,000, 8 guests. Deer sponsors 2 adult tickets. Prairie dog sponsors 1 adult tickets. What are the desires of the council on sponsorship to the full moon dinner? Jason.
I first wanted to make sure we brought to a close the prior item
Okay.
on the wine tasting.
Wine tasting.
I think our approach that we've kind of zeroed in on the last couple of years is if we know something to be a recurring event, it makes sense to lock that in as a line item in the legislative budget. It sounds like, given the feedback, the wine tasting makes sense to become a new addition to the legislative budget. This item, because it's just being introduced to us tonight, doesn't seem to make sense to talk about in the context of a line item, but as an administrative council business item for consideration for the upcoming event. And then if it's still happening next year, it would make sense to talk about as an addition to the budget in some ongoing fashion. That would just be my recommendation.
And that's fine with me too. The only reason I brought it to this level is, continued the conversation, is because it was the Blue Stem Banquet, which was reoccurring. And if they're transitioning into this, I know it's a change to what it was, and maybe the best is to have it at a council, administrative council business, and I'll have Renee bring it up at the next council meeting.
Yeah, and I mean, the Blue Stem Banquet obviously has been around for a long time. I think typically we've funded that out of discretionary because a handful of folks have gone at any one time. So, again, I mean, if it sounds like with the format changing in particular, that's something we need to consider down the road if we're going to be looking to participate at a more substantial level. But
All right, so where we're at is everybody okay with moving the wine tasting to this list? Because it's a reoccurring event, and this is the second year. Does anybody have any concerns with doing that?
No.
All right.
I just have a question.
And on the wine tasting?
No.
All right. So wine tasting, from what I get, is we're okay with it. And on the, what'd you call it, the full moon dinner?
Sunset, the full moon, the
Okay.
Blue Stem, formerly the Blue Stem
All right.
Banquet.
That one, we'll have Renee bring it up, talk about sponsorship for this year at the upcoming council meeting. Now I'm open for any new suggestions of anything that's missing off the list. And I'll go to Steve.
Okay. Not missing, but I know this year we had the Boys and Girls Annual Gala. Are we planning on doing that?
It's on
Yes,
there.
that's on the
Okay.
list.
I just know if that was because, of the opening and have everybody there.
It's a reoccurring for them.
Usually it's discretionary funds.
It's budget.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on here now, Steve, so it won't be discretionary.
Thank you.
Does anybody have anything else that they feel needs to be added to the list? Andrew?
Just a point of clarification. Scroll down just a tad more right there. The Adams 14 Educational Foundation 14er Fest. So that is on our list
Yes.
this year.
And we've done that every year, including last year. That just they didn't get funding from the QCI. Is what the issue that I think you're thinking about the two things happening, but we've always done that, including last year. So that's already on the list and will be reoccurring.
Yeah, I just don't see it on the 14 or 15, so I was just clarification.
But just to clarify, the new items slide is not correct. It should not have been included. The list on the screen would be the current proposed list for 16, which matches what was included for 15.
Okay.
Is that right, Lisa?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the addition we would make would be for the wine tasting event,
Yeah.
and I think that's all we need to add at this
Could they
point.
roll up just a little bit so I can see the top of that? Okay, right there. I just need to see, okay. Jason, can I ask you a question? The 27J Educational Foundation, is that a dinner or is that a donation? That's a tournament. Okay, golf tournament? Okay.
There is one that you, at the last meeting, you requested we add the $1,000 for the Landmark Academy. That will be added for 2016.
Yeah, and I just want to, and seeing that and seeing the difference, I just want to make sure we're being equitable in our donations to both foundations. And I see a $1,000 discrepancy between the 27J and Adams 14. And it may be made up in other ways. I just don't know that for sure. So I just want to make sure that we don't get scrutinized for treating one foundation different than the other, because they both matter equally.
Yeah, the 27J is a golf tournament, and it's for a foursome. The Adams 14 is a dinner for 10 people.
Right, and I understand the two differences. I just want to make sure in what we're donating to both foundations on an annual basis that we try to be equitable so that we don't get scrutinized for treating one differently than the other. I think that's a huge piece of making sure we're fair to both districts. So my preference would be that if we're doing $2,500 to the Adams 14er Foundation, that we try to do $2,500 to 27J Foundation so that we're being equally fair to both foundations instead of having somebody think that we're treating one different than the other. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
And we can certainly make that adjustment.
All right, thank you.
I have
Anyone
one
else?
more thing.
Jake?
And I can't even remember, I can't see this list.
You can't? You
No.
want my glasses?
The flu shots. I don't even remember what that was titled, but it seems like it's been an issue 2 years in a row. 2 years ago, we gave out of our discretionary funds.
We donated one. We did it one year when
Right.
it first came up, and then we sent them to the QCI and said, you know what, put in for a grant, and if the QCI recognizes that and gives money
Okay.
to that organization. It just so happened that QCI did not fund the flu shot thing.
Okay.
So the only one time it's happened was with discretionary funds. So, that's up to the council if they want. But normally, we try to run those things through QCI. They just weren't.
I just could not remember. No, thank you.
Sure. Anyone else? Crystal?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to point out the Edu Expo sponsorship. I know that in its first year had gained popularity into the second year, but as of this year, it didn't exist, and I'm not certain that they're looking to promote this program again, unfortunately, because our residents really did benefit from it. So I just wonder with that dollar amount, can that be maybe lessened to, or maybe, I don't want to, maybe put in, as a tentative, or if we should get approached. But I hadn't heard anything about it this year, and I actually did reach out to Metro State College and never got a definitive answer. And I know that Michelle has worked with the group collaboratively in the last few years, and neither one of us really got any information. So I'd hate to see that dollar amount just kind of linger, so we can maybe make an amendment to that.
There's, I guess, two options. One would be to budget for it for next year in case you need it. The other option would be to not budget for it next year. That money could then be put to some other use, and then if the event occurs, you could reappropriate money for that purpose or use discretionary funds. If you think it might happen, I would suggest going ahead and leaving it in the budget. If you're pretty sure it won't, then I would suggest taking it out.
And I'm only concerned only because the first year they exceeded capacity, and so going into the second year, and that's when I approached council, and each council member had donated money from their discretionary funds to help fund, and it was mostly for the breakfast for the attendees. So I hate to say I don't anticipate it, but it's kind of hard to expect that when you haven't received any type of communication, and it's been several months since that time. I don't know what council feels in that regard, but I do think it should be considered maybe lessening it or just eliminating it.
That will come back up next year, then we can leave it on there. What's not expended, what if someone didn't do one of these things, if one of these foundations didn't do one of these things, that money would roll back into the budget anyway. And next year, we can have Lisa keep track, and those things that didn't happen the previous year, we could have the list updated so that we have a clean list, if that makes sense. And that way, it's there if we need it. If it doesn't happen 2 years in a row, then we can that money will roll back in the budget. We can have a clean list at the next budget retreat. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else?
Fine.
All right. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, final slide in this section. If you can switch us back over. The good news is the meeting can only get more smooth, because I don't think it can get less smooth. All right, what's next? Here's our timeline. After today, after the budget retreat and the direction City Council provides, finance staff will begin updating the budget so it accurately reflects the initial decisions that you've made. The first formal step in the adoption process occurs on October 19th, and final approval occurs on November 2nd. And unless anybody needs a break, we're prepared to move on to the capital improvement program.
Does anybody need a break? Go ahead and move on.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just for the public's benefit, Jim Hayes, Deputy City Manager. I'm going to have a few quick comments on the CIP criteria as a bit of a follow-up from our discussion 2 weeks ago, and then I'm going to turn over to Roger to go through the projects specifically. Again, just some criteria background. We've been refining this over the last 6 to 8 months. We had a great meeting with all of you on August 10th and got some initial feedback, and I'm going to comment on some of that here in a moment. But we also had a follow-up meeting with the KipCat group on Wednesday, and so some of that feedback was not necessarily reflected in the slides here, but this should look very familiar with you to you. Just saw it a couple of weeks ago. Initially, we did draft about 6 to 9 criteria. The KipCat provided input as well as all of you, and we settled on 12 for this round, if you will, and this round meaning this year. When the projects are scored, they get a raw score in each category, and then the weight is applied to reflect the total score. It's actually 465 total points. 265 is what we came up with initially. 465 is the new total. So you have a total of 12 categories with a max score of 3, and then the weighting applied to them, which comes up to the 465. When all was said and done, it worked out quite well because there was a nice distribution between those projects. Some were in the hundreds, some were in the 200s, some were in the 300s, as opposed to the smaller number of using a couple hundred points. They really kind of got bunched together, and you really couldn't discern what was ranking higher or lower. These are in your packet. This has not changed since August 10th, so we can reference this, and I can take some questions on that if you like. But I just want to kind of rehash some of the feedback we received on August 10th. There was a comment about there may be an X factor here with some of these criteria that we still need to determine. And a couple of examples of that would be, what if we want to weight public safety projects higher in any given year? We really don't have a criteria that talks about weighting things like that differently. It may all shake out in the wash because you've got other criteria there related to funding and impacted population and so forth. But the idea is that there might be something a little bit missing from the criteria right now. Another example that was discussed is maybe using a DRCOG TIP funding as another bogey, if you will, that we'd want to look at because that's going to be something that's got a longer time horizon with it. I'd want to make sure that we're addressing those types of things when we're looking at our criteria. The other comment we received was that we want to make sure that projects that are interrelated and need to be sequenced are accurately represented. The example I think we talked about 2 weeks ago was Tower Road. We broke out the T-88 line, the utilities, the Pena ramp, the Denver portion, and so forth, when really those are all an integrated project. The reason we did that, though, is because Tower Road was clearly funded under 2K, and all these other projects were going to have different funding sources. And so we wanted to kind of run it through that screening and that scoring filter before we presented that to you. But again, great feedback about how this really an integrated project needs to be considered all at once. The other thing was more focus on long-term funding options and needs, making sure that we don't spend a lot of money on a bunch of little projects that then forecloses our opportunity to do a big project maybe in the 5-year period that we're talking about. So all that feedback was great and very well received by us, and we're going to make this better in the future years. I think the challenge for now, and I would reiterate what we said a couple weeks ago, we of course have to move forward with some type of CIP. As Mr. McBroom said, if we come out of here tonight with a 2-year CIP with the out 3 years a little more vague, that's fine. We can get that into the budget document and spend time over the fall and the winter retreat refining this. The big thing that we're looking at moving forward here would be, of course, to go through the exercise that Roger's going to lead in just a moment, come up with that clear list of projects that we can actually fund in the next couple of years. But then we'd be looking at convening the retreat planning committee again in October. Start to roll up our sleeves, look at these criteria a little bit more, identify those X factors that we want to include, and then take the long-range financial plan, which is really well over 300 projects, and start to run that criteria through all of those projects. If you recall, we had about 50 projects that were presented by the various departments, and we did screen those. But there might be things on that long-range financial plan list that we want to look at as well. The idea would be that we would come back then at the winter retreat. We would have an unconstrained plan, if you will. There would be some ranking without any recognition of what money we have. And the idea of the winter retreat, we would develop a fiscally constrained plan, to use the Dr. Cog language, so that we know what we can actually accomplish in the next 5 years with the rest of the things going into some type of parking lot for future years. So that concludes my remarks, and I'll take any questions you have on the criteria.
All right, anybody have any questions for Jim? Jason.
Thank you. I just, again, compliments more than anything. I'm excited about the steps we're taking. I know we're not all the way there yet, but I think just even the steps that we've taken have started to show what value there is to this in terms of kind of an objectivity factor, right? It's difficult, especially when we go into that mega list that's in the long-range financial plan, to keep all of those projects at the front of mind, especially with the council that's going to turn over potentially every 2 years and staff turning over. Important things can somehow fall off the radar, and so that by continuing on this path and getting into that plan, it'll help keep those things in some living prioritization. Obviously, new things, we have examples that we'll talk about today, right, have come up that weren't part of the discussion when we planned the budget for this year. And this gives us a way to insert those using some objective criteria into that list and help sort of set them. I think, as Brian said, the key at the end of the day is council always has the pleasure of forcing a different sort order of those items, but it helps give us a sense of what some raw prioritization is. And I think, again, if we envision a point 2-3 years down the road where a very different council sits here and has a different level of experience, it's a tool that to me would have been very helpful coming in to think about in a more objective way all the things that go into priority. It's very easy for any one of us to have a pet project, a thing that's really sexy and we want to chase down. It's another thing to think through all of those factors. And I know anybody who's sat on Dr. Cog, Jim, knows this better than anybody, right? I mean, the range of factors that are used to rate projects in that context, you could argue that it might be over the top, but somewhere in the middle is a set of things that help us make better choices and plan more effectively. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? I'd have to agree with Jason. We've all dealt with the different colored dots and what's your preference for projects. It really helps us if we can look at refining it through a weighted system. And so I'm looking forward to see how this works out in the near future. All right, anybody else? We're moving on.
So then moving on to the definition of capital expenditure, we had shared narrative with you several meetings back, and so this is reduced to basically bullet points just to make it a little easier to follow. Yes, the first question for you is, are you okay with setting the threshold at $50,000 or greater for a capital project, and also that it would be an acquisition of or an addition to a capital asset, and a capital asset being property that's held for at least a year and typically more like 5 or more years. So my first question to you would be, are you okay with that definition for a capital project? Because that affects what goes into that capital expenditure fund.
All right, council, anybody have a concern with the definition before we move on? Jason?
Not a concern as much as a comment. Are we talking about some non-standard definition by using that criteria? I think it's a pretty good definition. So I don't know that there'd be a cause for us to argue it. I think it makes sense to stamp that as our definition.
The two sub-bullets there in terms of acquisition of or in addition to a capital asset, and also a capital asset is property held for more than a year, typically more than 5 years. That's straight out of the Government Finance Officers Association publications. So that's pretty standard and accepted industry-wide or municipality-wide throughout the nation. The $50,000 is actually kind of a midpoint between various cities in the metro area. There are some cities that are as low as like 25,000. There are other cities that are in the 100,000 range. We had a mixed or kind of a hybrid definition for many years where it was more than $5,000 for infrastructure improvements. It was more than $100,000 for improvements to facilities, and so it led to some head scratching by people coming into this fresh. So I decided to kind of pick a point in the middle and went with $50,000. It also coincides with our purchasing procurement policy. So
I was just going to say, I mean, to me, this puzzle pieces nicely with the retooled procurement plan, so I would think this is good.
All right, anyone else?
Yeah.
Steve.
Thank you, Roger. Now, this definition of capital projects, this is different from the 2K capital project, correct?
This would apply to all capital projects, whether they're 2K or non-2K. So it's just a baseline definition for a capital project, whatever it's funding.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, anyone else? Seeing no one, go ahead.
So we'll take that as a thumbs up?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. The other part of a capital improvement project then is that it's a project that will add value or extend the life of a capital asset. And so capital improvement projects then may include capital construction and also capital maintenance projects. And you'll notice that a lot of the projects that are funded with pass-through dollars are capital maintenance type of projects. That's typically the source of funding for the Parks, Recreation, Golf projects, for an example. But also, we do receive money from the county, and so for transportation type of projects, so it can be used for either purpose there. And then also, the other part of that definition is that these are non-recurring major projects. And so that would affect things like tree replacement. Tree replacement currently is still in the CIP list, but once this is adopted, then that would come out and go into the operating fund, and so we'll have to shift some things around at that point, but just so you understand the implications of this definition. Any concerns with that?
Anybody? Jason?
Just a comment. This kind of ties back to Jim's comment about some of the items that we saw on that priority list before, right? As we solidify this definition, things that are recurring will come out. I know Jim and I talked after the last meeting about things like pavement management or those things where we've tried to get to a fixed amount. We want to program toward those things every year, as opposed to trying to prioritize, pavement management or concrete flat work every year. Those are things that we know we have to invest in, and trying to get to a point where we can kind of program that number. To me, that helps. And I know that's a little different than some of these items that you're talking about, but being able to parse those out into operating versus prioritization set is helpful. So thanks.
Along that line, we've had a conversation about potentially moving two sources of revenue out of the general fund and putting them into the capital improvement or capital projects fund. But that'll take years to do that because it would leave a gaping hole in the general fund to do that. But one is the highway user tax that we receive from the state, and another is the road and bridge tax that comes from the county. Currently, those go into the general fund to fund part of Parks and Public Works operating costs. And so if we can gradually wean ourselves off and put those into the capital projects fund, that could fund pavement management, bridge maintenance, things of that nature. But again, we're going to have to do that gradually. So that's an item for you to be thinking about, and certainly isn't a decision point for today, but just wanted to plant that seed so you can start considering that.
Okay. Renee has a comment or question.
Noting your comment just now, how gradual can we do that, and when can we start? Because that's a great idea. So we will have that fund purposely for that. So I think that's the greatest idea in a long time. Not that you've come up with, but anybody. So can you give us a timetable on when to start? How long it would take to wean ourselves that way?
Well, certainly, thank you for the flattery. It's probably going to take at least 5 years, would be my guess, but I would defer to the city manager. Total amount of those two is about $2.1 million. So that's the hole that would be left in the general fund, and that's why it's going to take a while to be able to move away from having that in the general fund.
So we could start next year moving bits of it and everything, so in 5 years, that is great. I mean, honestly, and then that gives us that dedicated source. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Jason?
Make sure I ask this question the right way. The two items, the two funding sources in question are restricted use, right? So we're essentially using them for those kinds of things today. Is the difficulty the fact that they're just so woven into the fabric of how we program those dollars and et cetera, that it's really not the matter of we're changing how they're used. They end up in that same place. It's just the way they get there is a little difficult. So having to unravel that and clarify that from a budget transparency perspective. Am I hearing that correctly?
Well, yes and no. They're used for the ongoing operation of the Public Works Department, so that means, like filling potholes, crack sealing, all of that type of thing. So it's not aimed at these capital maintenance projects like slurry sealing or anything like that.
As they're currently defined.
So correct. So it's actually going to be taking that out of the general fund and trying to backfill the general fund somehow to cover what we pull out of there.
But that's the plan I'm stuck on. So we're taking money we're using in those ways today. We're going to use it in those same ways tomorrow, albeit under a different definition, right? We're programming them differently, right? I mean, we're essentially packaging how we deliver those services a little differently. If we're talking about taking them out of the capital improvement list, for example, and putting them into an operating component, I mean, I don't want to get into it all here, but I mean, to me, it sounds like I guess let me ask it this way. Is 5 years necessary because of the complexity and the current resource limitation? Or is it a matter of you could do it faster if we had the time and resources to sit down and parse through the details? And leaving, either way, I assume there's still some gap in terms of the way that those dollars are being used. I mean, it's going to bring a lot more clarity to how those dollars get used. But does that make sense?
Well, my way of answering it would be that the challenge is we're using that revenue to fund daily operations. If we pull it out and earmark it for capital maintenance projects, we need to make sure we have enough general fund revenue to run ongoing operations. What led us to that discussion was, gee, wouldn't it be nice to have a dedicated funding source for pavement management, so we weren't trying to cobble together enough general fund money to do pavement management every year. This is a way to do that, provided we can still fund everything else in public works operations that we were using those funds to cover.
Got it. Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So this just expands on the earlier conversation. It would be capital projects would include any building improvements costing $50,000 or more, public infrastructure improvements costing $50,000 or more, and then projects funded through the Facility Services Internal Services Fund and also the Information Technology Internal Services Fund costing $50,000 or more. But again, the money that is there for those projects would still remain within those internal service funds. It would just be classified as a use for capital expenditure, if you will. So what that does is it basically moves that to special fund status under the charter, and so that the appropriation that you make, the authorization that you give, does not lapse at the end of the year. It just continues on until that project is finished. And then the other thing is that we have needs assessments and we have plans that are put together. For example, a transportation plan, comprehensive plan, the Parks, Recreation, Golf master plans that exist. There's several there. One is the Prairie Ways Action Plan, plans of that nature. By this definition, they will also be included in the Capital Projects Fund, even though they themselves are not a capital project, but they basically form the basis for capital projects. And so that's why we're including them in this definition. And then this does not include vehicle and equipment that's acquired and funded through fleet internal service fund, because that again would be smaller than the 50,000 typically, although there are pieces of equipment like a dump truck or a road grader or an end loader that are more than 50,000. In fact, they're well over, some of them are well over $250,000. But those would not be defined as a capital project. Just, again, distinguishing between the two types of expenditures.
In saying that, I know we have a procurement policy, but when they need equipment, like trucks, front-end loaders and stuff like that, that doesn't come back to us, because isn't that part of their budget with we okay at the part of the year that says, okay, they're going to get this part of equipment, so we're already okay in that procurement, so we don't have to procure every car and every truck and everything that every department needs. I just don't want us to start nitpicking and micromanaging. The budget will be the budget, but if something came up over $50,000 mid-year that was spatial, that's when it comes back to us, correct?
Well, we were just debating that because I've seen, and maybe Maria knows better than I've seen one go through council not too long ago, and I'm not sure what the council's intent was, so I'll defer to Maria first.
Yes, so it's been our understanding that even if it's budgeted, if the purchase is more than $250,000, that it will come before council. So just like a contract for design services is budgeted, is for a particular project, if it's more than $250,000, it will come before council. So on the last agenda, we had 12 police vehicles that were on the agenda for approval on the consent agenda, because the overall quantity equaled more than $250,000 in one purchase.
That's my understanding as well.
But a $50,000 vehicle would not come before council, but would go through the appropriate approvals internally.
Jason?
I wanted to make a positive comment on the slide. Thank you for updating this one from last time. The bullets and the clarity is much clearer than the big text block last time. It helps really break that out, so thank you.
All right, anyone else? Moving on.
All right, so basically, again, are you okay with all of that? And if so, we'll move forward with those definitions.
Everybody okay? Yes. Seeing no one opposed, you got some direction.
That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yep. All right, what's next, Bryce? We're skipping around in here.
Now, if I'm following the agenda correctly, we're going to move forward into the project ranking that we did on an initial basis back on August 10th. But it's a chance for council to weigh in again. We've not changed the criteria, so the ranking that we initially gave these on August 10th would still be the same. But that's not to say that council can't adjust the priority ranking. Those criteria are to help City Council make more objective decisions, but ultimately it is your decision. The next step, after getting them in the appropriate order, is to make sure that we can fund them in priority order. But the first step seems to be to get them in the right order initially, without concern for funding, sort of the non-fiscally constrained model, and then turn it into a fiscally constrained model by aiming at projects, the funding sources that we have available. But first step is the priority order.
Who's doing it? Renee's going to do it.
We're about to do eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah. Since I was low man on the totem pole, I will do this. So, using the ranking system that Jim described to you earlier, Highway 2 widening came out as number 1, and then Sand Creek Natural Resources damages remediation came out number 2 on down the list. And you can read those as well as I can. So, any questions on any of these in this initial grouping here? I'll note that number 6 didn't have a fund request specific to it, so we can, I guess, ignore that one for right now.
The only question I have is on the Pena Tower on-ramp. I understand how the ranking process works, but I think the last time we discussed the ranking system, there was that public need piece that we talked about, and just looking at it, I think Pena Tower is right there at the top. I mean, I don't know if it's number 4. I would be interested to see how the council feels about it, because I know that came up during our study session, and we had talked about that public, that improvement for public piece that may need a weight. Jim had hit on that at the study session. So I'm interested to see what the council has to say. Jason?
I'm trying to figure out how we get to an action on this, because we've got, in our prior slides, we've got some suggested projects that fall into the 16, 17, 18. We have this, which is our, criteria-based ranking. Clearly, some of these are projects that there's not an option to say no, right? We're out of the gate with. And I think part of the challenge here for our clarity and for the public clarity is which of these is the toothpaste already out of the tube, right? Because it kind of takes them out of the mix, right? I mean, this is a great way to say, yeah, you made a good decision on Highway 2 because your criteria says it's an important project. Well, that's sorted, right? We've got that thing figured out. So to me, I almost need to see this list coded to show those things that are essentially committed. We're going, right, one way or the other. And then those remainder, right, in their respective sort order become the items that we talk about, right? Because everything else is a foregone conclusion by and large, right? Or we would make a decision to reduce funding on it or curtail the scope or something. But to me, we have to somehow nuance this list to say what of this is not up for discussion, what of this is up for discussion, and then we can talk about juggling any of those versus the way that they've fallen out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we actually had that very discussion. What should we include for this purpose, this initial 5-year CIP? And we thought it made sense that unless it had literally been bid, well, let's put it through the ranking criteria. And again, this first step to us was, let's get them in the right overall order relative to the other projects on the list. Step 2 then is aiming funding at these projects to turn it into an implementable plan, if that makes sense. So I think your concern will be addressed when we get to the funding piece, because Tower Pena, for example, has dedicated funding already set aside for it. They can't be used for any other purpose. So the likelihood of it getting constructed is very, very high. But the criteria suggest that it's not as high in relative priority as these other projects. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. We could certainly, those projects that Council's already said, let's get that project done and we've started on it, we could absolutely take it off to simplify the process.
Yeah, I guess a couple of things. So the tower example is good because this is when we talked about last time. We set a council priority. We've gone after it. We've got a ballot initiative that funded it. We have some pieces that aren't covered under that funding. So those are currently shown in this list as their own little line items. We heard comments from Jim earlier about how we deal with those related projects. When Jim and I had spoken, I guess late last week, there are different ways you can cut lists, right? So this list doesn't think about funding. It's just a score and a prioritization. We have if we were to bundle these projects, right, the old bundling concept, some of these things are tied together. You can't do one without the other. One has to come first, or whatever. I think what Jim had talked to me about was the concern of how do you reflect this list where you do and don't have funding, or funding's coming from different sources. So if you take all those little tower projects and you put them together, part of it's 2K, part of it's going to be elsewhere, but you got to do them all at once. Those are important things for us to know. We don't have that necessarily portrayed in that way over time, and I think this is where Jim's comment earlier about how this list evolves. You need different versions of the list, right? What's the version of the list that shows funding secured versus funding not secured, right? Kind of a red light, green light, red, yellow, green report that says these are the projects. These, green are, funding is great. They're on track where we've, wanted them. These others are in some form of jeopardy because you don't have dollars. There are a million ways to do it. I guess that if the ask for today is for us to look beyond 2016, right, and those projects that we've already communicated to our public are happening, like Tower, like Highway 2, I would think we have to take some of these off the list and talk about just the remainder for now, and then we've got to take up the discussion that Jim cited with the Retreat Review Committee to talk more about the criteria, because I think this is another example of where if Tower, right, as a project doesn't rank, our current criteria hasn't shown a need for Tower yet. When we looked at our key indicators at the top of the meeting, and we see that not only has Tower gone, to capacity, it's well beyond capacity and at a rate much faster than planned, that suggests that Tower Road's a problem. Why didn't that present itself as such in our criteria? Is there something not aligned? Does that make sense? So that is stuff we have to sort out later. I'm just trying to figure out how do we drill down to the most critical prioritization exercise for today. What can we sort of, the big rocks in the jar exercise, right? What do we take out of the way, and what do we put in, and what do we come back with later and fill in the spaces with?
To do the exercise today, we thought it might actually make sense to leave everything on the list, even if it's committed and funded.
Okay.
Because again, first step is let's get them in some sort of relative priority based on the initial criteria. But step two is actually creating a plan that we can implement, which is funding. And so the projects on the list won't necessarily get built in this order, because these projects are all subject to funding. Some are funded, some aren't. So when you match this up to funding, the list of which they'll be built, which is essentially the 5-year CIP, will look different. We've taken an initial stab at creating kind of this crazy spreadsheet that starts to identify funding sources and what projects they are eligible for, so that sort of on the fly you can start to match funding up to projects, and then they're going to move up and down on the list based on our ability to fund them. Does that get it at your question?
Yeah, I mean, that starts to move in the right direction. I guess the challenge is we've had, even just today, some conversations about things that, given our updated definitions of capital projects, would come out, right? So flat work, pavement management become operational as opposed to capital projects, right? I guess I'm trying to figure out, for us to have a constructive and heads-up discussion, what do we include in the list, what do we not include in the list? And so it's kind of noisy if we're including and talking around the things that we really, there's nothing we can do about them, right?
I see what you mean.
I mean, if it's solely a conversation to say, does the rank order make sense, we could go down and say, that seems low, that seems high, right, as a first pass, just sort of a first blush feedback, which would, to me, contribute to a later conversation on the criteria, right? We felt these things were high or low in the list versus what we would have thought, and therefore that suggests the criteria are flawed. Or you look at this to say, what do we know we have funding for? Because, I think about 2K. What led us to go forward with 2K? Well, we had this ongoing rolling list of things that we couldn't do. We had to figure out how to fund them. So that put us on a path to solve for funding. One of the things that keeps cropping up as we've talked about the capital projects over the past weeks is this bogey of stuff that's not funded, right? And I think, again, this kind of gets back to Jim's comments on fiscally constrained. We know how much money we're going to have. based on certain criteria over time, that gives us a line. Where does that line hit relative to this list, and are there things above or below that line? It's kind of like you either talk about the whole list or you talk about the piece of the list that's most important. And I guess to me, we have to sort of get to that point of where's the line with dollars that we have, and where the objective line is set, do we need to push things up or down? Because that's the only thing we can adjust, right? It'll also tell us when we sit down in our winter retreat, what do we need to start thinking about in terms of new revenue, right? This move to shift, those two revenue sources. I mean, I guess to me it's all about what is the outcome of today's conversation intended to be, because that sets up how we go into it. Does that make sense?
I kind of understand where Jason's coming from, and looking at this, things like the Penny Tower ramps number 4, but how do you roll in that piece that not just that we're moving forward and we're in design on it and that we have an agreement to get it started, but that we have not just that we have the funding, but that there's a time limitation on that funding, and those funds need to be expended by a certain amount of time, and that ramp has to be in, or we'll lose the funding. That to me takes that to a whole other priority because of the need to get it in and not lose the funding. We look at Tower Road, and you got tree replacements above Tower Road, different things in here, how they lay out, and you could add or take away one minute piece that changes the entire list on prioritization. And so it is, what is that where's that line? What's most important, and how do we get to that piece? Because if you drew that line and said, okay, the top 10, that means, Tower Road infrastructure, Tower Road utilities is below 104th widening phase 3C, 96th Avenue widening. There's a whole bunch of things that really can change drastically over a minute amount. So as much as I want and am encouraged and excited to see a way to help rate these projects, I think that you could pull out the ones that we're already doing. I think you still end up with where's that line at, because there's certain things that have just a little bit different piece to it that could shove it up or down. Does that make any sense?
Well, it does. I think the piece that's ultimately missing, and Brian touched on this, it's that funding dimension. It's committed funding, available funding, question mark funding. So how do you blend that prioritization relative to dollars and cents? Because you can have your top 10, but the top 10 may have no available funding, right? You don't have funding show up until you get to project 11. Okay, great. I mean, there are any number of ways that it can fall out, but you have to have kind of the right dimensions in the mix.
Right, and that's the very next step this evening. We just didn't want to jump right into that without seeing if we had some initial list of priority that made sense, to make sure that we don't inadvertently put lower priority items up too high given available funding. It might actually make more sense to you if we switch to the spreadsheet that Roger's developed that matches the projects up to eligible.
All right, let me check. See, I know there's a couple other people who have something to say, and then we'll move on, because I wish I would have known that ahead of time. I wouldn't even have talked. I would have just waited until we saw that next piece. Steve?
Yeah, that's what I was leading into. This is going to add what the cost is for each project, estimate cost of
Yes,
what each one's tied
it'll
to.
be our estimated planning number anyway, and what are the possible funding sources? Jim did remind me we did not include any of the current 2K projects on the list, already funded, already committed to, and so the source of funds is already tied up. But so this is that exercise to match up the projects to the funding sources, and you can see as you start to make decisions about aiming funding towards certain projects, they'll move up or down the list, and then there will be less funding available for projects that are lower on the list.
All right.
We'll try to make it as large as we can, because I know it's hard to read.
Can you send that out to us? Can you send that in Excel or?
Yeah, can we send it out so they can look at it on their iPads in more detail? It is huge. This is again. There's a sheet There's a sheet for each year, because as you make a decision this year, it affects available funding for 17, which affects available funding for 18. We try to think of some way to build this so that you could make decisions on the fly, and you would see the impact of making a funding decision on the projects lower on the list.
All right,
But I
Renee?
think this is what you were getting at.
So this is, yeah, and I know this is not an easy thing to get to. It's trial and error.
No, you're all right. Renee?
Okay, I just have one comment. On this first sheet that we have with the weighted scores, okay, and just going back to one, the Pena Tower on-ramp, it's mandated at 0, and its timing of benefits at 5, which I find that hard to put in perspective, because if we don't do it, it is mandated. And if we don't do it, we lose the money on it, and it doesn't get done. So basically, it is a mandated project. And the timing of the benefits is also more than a 5. I'm trying to figure out how this was weighed and who weighed it, because evidently they don't look at it in the same perspective that we look at it, because we know of the fact that we have a certain length of time to use a certain amount of money, or we lose it and the project doesn't get done. We used a whole amount of time and a lot of money to go out and lobby for it. So I'm trying to figure out who weights these, and where's their weighting process according to the actual process that we've put into it.
Well, so far, it was just a staff effort to come up with initial weights for the different criteria. And actually, the only staff person that's scored all the projects to this point is Jim.
Blame it on him.
Well, and when we used the term mandated, we meant mandated by another government agency. There is no government mandate that we build the ramp. You've mandated that we build the ramp.
E470 is a government agency that
No.
is mandating the use of money. They gave it to us.
They've authorized the use of the funds, but I don't think they care if we build the ramp or not.
Okay, I'll talk to you offline. on
In
that.
fact, if we don't build the ramp and use their money, they get the money back. So it's not a mandate from another government agency, which is how we were using that term.
Jason, you have something else?
Well, I was just going to say, I think on the mandate, we're envisioning like an EPA mandate, right? A stormwater mandate, something along those lines where you have to do X, Y, or Z, or there is penalty if you don't. Other than sort of self-imposed mandates, like we've promised somebody that we're going to do something, that's a different kind of thing. I think this is an example of, this is not an easy thing to get your head around, right? This tool is complex. There are a lot of pieces to it. There are a lot of, variables, et cetera. When we talked about this at our study session, I think this is one of those things that you kind of have to peel the layers on, right? First blush, I think everybody said, oh, yeah, it's great. It's a list. When you start to really look at it and you see, right, where a project sits on that list, and then you say, well, wait a minute, why does that not sit higher or lower? And then you put yourself in a position to ask the question, like Renee just did, well, wait a minute, how does that criteria work? I think that's the piece that we have to get as a council to a point where we understand clearly how that criteria works, the definitions of those weights, the weights and measures are, because without that, you can't challenge the model, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, we could probably spend all day just trying to get through that. I think that's where we clearly have our work cut out for us as the retreat committee. I think we almost have to everybody acknowledge that this is a work in progress. We're going to get there. And we need to use the best effort of staff and the model that we saw a minute ago that seems like it's taking shape, because that, I think, is where the magic's going to happen. When we can get to a point where we can understand how radically things can swing up and down that list based on the types and availability of funding, that's something that we've not seen in a meaningful way as a council ever since I've been on, and I don't know that past councils have, right? It's one of those things that when staff goes off and thinks behind the scenes and comes back with a list, we say, great, right? We don't understand why things have made the moves that they have, and I think that's where this is going to be so powerful ultimately, is to see how these pieces fall apart or fall together. So how do we get to what's most critical, right, for 2016 while we're here? Does that make sense?
And we've done some of that work, and as I mentioned at the front end, the only thing that's crucial today is to make sure we have a clear picture of what council wants to get done in 16 and 17, because that's got to be in the adopted budget. The projects beyond 16 and 17 are going to be fuzzier and probably makes good sense. We were kicking that around today as well. Maybe it's better to roll up our sleeves and tackle the rest of that 5-year CIP and refining the criteria as part of the winter retreat. That way the retreat planning committee can spend some time working on it as well. So we can skip ahead a bit to later in the agenda and call your attention to those projects that we think are most critical for 16 and 17 and how we would propose to fund them for council to consider, which would be more like what we did at the at the budget retreat last August.
Does that make sense to folks? I guess the one lament I have is we do have the possible turnover of folks, and it would be great to sort of gel this concept that this council is so vested in. I mean, this is really the ongoing effort of multiple years of steps through our planning improvement. So I would hate to see us punt, until we have a new council sitting here. It'd be much better, in my mind, if we could, find a way to get further down the road before that transition happens. So maybe that becomes a question of when is that retreat relative, or when is the next layer of this round of discussion on this separate from the retreat, so that this existing council can have more of a role in locking that in, if that makes sense. But I agree.
Well, one option for today would be let's nail down the 16 and 17 projects. The other crucial item on the agenda is council discussion of a policy towards the appropriate use of 2K revenue for operations and maintenance. That's a crucial item going forward. And then that final item of the other list of stuff that council's brought up over time. And then if we get through those, which I think we will without too much trouble, we can circle back to this 5-year CIP and the giant spreadsheet that may give you an aneurysm, and at least start talking about it generally, if for no other reason than to set up further discussion.
I like that. You guys like that?
Yeah, and thank you, Roger. I got it.
Then we'll shift gears to...
I got one more comment before we move on. JD.
The only problem I'm having is the 5-year. When you said let's get it down to 16, 17, I don't have a problem with that. The 5-year of looking at this and saying, because there's just some things on there that I would hate to put it in this vision of this 5-year thing. I can see where things change. Tower Road, the traffic on it has increased more than what we ever envisioned. It's Adams 14 ball field is on there as number 16. There may not be a need for that for 4 years. And I'm just speculating. But to do the 2 years, it's easy for me to look at this. To do the 5, it's difficult. So
The other thing to remember about a 5-year CIP is you get to update it every year. So it would be a guide in those outlying years, but this time next year you could revisit the list of projects in that 5-year plan, the order in which they're in, how you're funding them. So the only commitment you're really making is a 1-year commitment in the budget for 16 this year, and then the other 4 years is essentially a planning document to provide some guidance to staff on what we should begin working on.
yeah, I easily could say there's a couple projects probably this council would agree on that need to be on a 5-year thing. It's just the whole list, and I don't know. You gave me my Christmas list, and I didn't get to work on it. So, I mean, like I said, when you said 16, 17, it's very easy for me to look at it that way. When I'm looking at the 5 years, it's more difficult for me.
All right, Jason, you got a follow-up?
Yeah, I think JD's comment is really apt, right? I mean, it's easy for us at any given time to sit down and say, what do we want to do next year? And the problem that I've seen since I've been on council is we operate really aggressively in that next year mode, and we lose a little bit of sight of that longer term. So we've talked before about the work that we've done in terms of our long-range financial plan or our transportation plan. We've identified these needs. We've done all this work to determine what the drivers are for these things, and then they sit and collect dust, and we're not keeping them in mind in such a way that we're thinking about what has to begin to shift in terms of organization or revenue or other things that have to align over a timeline in order to allow those things to even happen, right? Had we not sat down and looked at 2K in the way that we did and really understood what it was going to take to deliver those things, I mean, we haven't even gone back to some of the things that we left on the table out of 2K. How do we, so this is all about giving us tools to enable us to think in a reasonable way about something beyond that year, that next year, if that makes sense. So I guess it gets back to, let's come back around to it, but part of this, I think, is definitions and an understanding for all of us to say, when we talk about putting something in year one of the 5-year plan, this is what it means, right? That is a firm commitment. Everybody put your fingerprint and blood on this. That's going to happen. How much fuzzier does it get in years 2, 3, 4, 5? And to what are you using that, its presence in the list at that point for? Because that way you and I can agree that, well, this is, let's say you put this big bogey out there in year 5, it may suggest that we have to start making changes now, whether it's planning or research or otherwise, that have to start happening. We're gonna take some time to get there, right? I mean, anyway.
Rick?
Okay. I'm going to back us up here a little bit, try to get understanding here. Tower Road. We're going to do Tower Road. The infrastructure. Okay, we talked about this. We don't have the funding dedicated yet for this infrastructure, the drainage and everything else. Okay. We want to get this in before the road goes down, right?
Right.
So I guess what I want to say here is, do we have the funding in place, or are we going to have to cut projects to get that money?
That's a great question, and it gets to this kind of big, complicated spreadsheet. The money that we would propose that you use for the infrastructure on Tower Road was originally being aimed at other projects in the future. So we wanted to circle back today to tell you that source of funding and make sure you're okay with it, because it will have sort of a ripple effect, because it's money that was initially thought of as being planned for other projects.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to wrap my brain around here, is I know we got to do this project, so let's see what we are going to be giving up to get this put in place before we put the road in.
Steve?
Just to, on Mr. Teeter's, Councilman Teeter's point there, to ask, to add on to that, now, in the future, when other things in that corridor start to develop, we will we'll receive funds based on what we put in, right? So when Adams County, South Adams Water Sanitation District comes on and adds their piece on developers, there's impact fees and all that. So eventually, what we're asking for up front, we will get back later on, and in future projects. Correct?
There is a long-term financing structure that the E470 GIDs will be reimbursing the city's general fund for a significant portion of Tower Road. Is the infrastructure included in that? This additional infrastructure, would it be part of the GID payback as well?
That was the intent, yes.
So it'd be the entire project, including this additional $4 million in additional infrastructure. So over time, the GIDs, as they build assessed evaluation, would pay the general fund back a significant portion. What's the total percentage? The initial projections we laid out for council, based on traffic to be generated in that area, is that 85% of the cost for Tower Road would ultimately be paid back to the general fund by the E470 GIDs. But it's how many years?
Well, the absorption schedule is 85 years, so it all depends on assessed value in terms of how many years that will actually take.
That's a long time.
Okay. I'm going to go with Andrew, then with Rick, because Andrew hasn't asked any questions yet. Okay.
So we do see that the number one project on here is Highway 2 widening, and I know that when we had our presentation, I asked for possibly getting the drainage requirements that are there that possibly do need to be done so that we do this right. When I do see this as number one and we are talking about infrastructure, I just want everyone to be aware that there is going to be a cost impact to that. And so when we're looking at these projects, not only is it Highway 2, but it's also the drainage infrastructure as well, and anything else that might be part of that. So I just wanted to speak to that.
Rick?
And that's exactly where I was going to. We talked about it here. You know, we're doing Highway 2 next. And if we're going to do infrastructure, or if we have to do any infrastructure, that is the time to do it coming up and not down the road.
And agreeing with both of you, Highway 2 is a different type of grant than Tower Road. It's a ramp grant, and we're getting the money from basically the state and matching it with some of our money. So I don't know how they've planned this for infrastructure, because we don't know, but I imagine that because it isn't 2K, it's an easier project for them to plan and get it done all in one snap than our 2K project with Tower Road. Plus the fact I wanted to bring something Sean has said to me 2 or 3 times, that after Tower Road's done, South Adams County Water, their expectation of us is we turn over what we've done to them, because they handle all the water and sewage in the city. I mean, for us. And Sean has said to me a couple of times, no, he has a better plan, and I like his plan, because sometimes if you have people that come to the party and don't want to contribute, maybe you don't give them anything when they leave. This isn't let's make a deal with the prices right. You stay out in the audience. That's just my thought on it.
I don't want to take this totally outside of what our discussion's about and go into who's paying for water lines and how they get reimbursed and then who ultimately ends up with them. I don't think that's what that's not part of this discussion. I would gladly have the discussion with anybody anytime, but I want to focus on the budget right now and try to keep us moving forward. So is there any other comments before we move on and let them go into this the big CIP graph? Go ahead.
So the next effort is to nail down the projects to be included in the 2016 budget to include funding source. And that's what this spreadsheet intends to lay out, including even the 2K projects. Do you want to walk council through it?
Certainly.
Before we move on to this, dinner has arrived. Would you like to pause and have dinner? Would you like to pause and have dinner and just pause long enough to grab some food and come back? It might be a good time to eat while Roger talks through what he's put together, or do you want to take a little longer break and just have dinner?
How long is Roger's presentation?
Well, this whole discussion could take a fair amount of time.
Well, here's my suggestion. Since we haven't had any breaks, I want to make sure everybody has a few minutes to, do what they need to do. So I would say, give us 15, 20 minutes to get back in here, and then working dinner. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, Roger? Yeah, 15, 20 minutes.
So we'll let you go first.
So we'll let you get in line first, but then when we get back in here, we can eat while we're working.
And I'm showing 5:32, so how about 5:50?
Okay.
Which would be a little less than 20 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Jim.
got large.
For kids these days, but one that's pretty popular is the one run by police.
This one's cool. It's put on by the Commerce City Police Department, and Fox 30 in Denver's Dan DeRue shows us why kids love this camp.
A penny of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That's the simple idea behind the Commerce City Police Camp.
Whenever these kids in the community encounter the police officers, it's going to be a positive relationship.
46 kids, 11 to 15 years old, are staying 4 days and 3 nights at the Mount Evans Outdoor Lab in Jefferson County.
We always treat every gun as if it's real.
Seeing firsthand how police earn their pay.
We're going to show you some of the bite work that the dogs do.
From the K-9 unit to accident investigation, crime scene, riot control, CSI, to building searches, which are scarier than you think.
That was really good.
All designed to show kids how it's done.
Check it out!
Oh, come on.
It's important to us to engage with the youth in our community so they can see us as real people, not characters on TV or characters on the internet.
Empathy goes a long way.
Everybody thinks police officers are big bad guys, but when you start learning how they work, they're really just trying to help people.
And Cop Camp is pretty fun, too. 26 out of the 46 campers are repeat customers. You've all been here before.
Yeah.
All right, what brings you back?
I just really enjoyed it last year.
And at the end of the day,
We can walk away and the kids know who we are.
mission accomplished. Dan DeRue, Fox 31 Denver.
Well, here.
Kind of background information about this spreadsheet, first of all, because it's rather daunting if you're seeing it for the first time, which almost everyone in the room is. So, across the top, we have the various funding sources for capital projects. And I gave you a brief introduction of these funding sources at a recent meeting, like transportation tax, that's the Adams County sales tax, that's divided up and shared with, a portion is shared with the cities for use on transportation projects. Solid waste, of course, is from the tipping fee at the landfill, etc. So the other thing that I'll tell you about is the color coding that's on these various cells. So the ones that are grayed out, almost total black, that's where the money is not allowed to be used for that type of a project because most of the money is restricted in one way or another. Then there's also this kind of light purple color, almost a blue. There it's possible to use that money on that project, but not recommended. And when I say not recommended, that's for a variety of reasons. One is that it may not be really a really an appropriate use, even though it's allowable. Another is that, for an example, as we scroll over on this sheet, we have a source of funding called the 2K operating budget, and so to distinguish between the bond proceeds and the revenue that comes in, the revenue is used to repay the bonds, and it's also used for operation and maintenance on those projects funded by the bonds. But then there's some excess in these early years that is building up, and so it could be used for these 2K projects, which are the ones that are highlighted in yellow. However, it's not recommended because that's what the bond proceeds really are for. So that's the intention of that. And then under the under the column that's called grants, E470, and developers, there's a couple more colors there, and this light color comes out okay, a little differently on the screen. It's sort of a light tan. There it's possible, but unlikely. And what I mean by unlikely, it's unlikely that you would use E470 money or developer money on these 2K projects, for an example. Then there's a darker tan, and that's where it's possible, but highly unlikely. In other words, you're not going to get a grant for a transportation update that I can tell that it's very likely that you would be able to do that. So again, this was just my best judgment in terms of, well, I don't think that's very likely. Now, someone may have other information that could dispute that or change that decision. So scrolling on down, for example, we have grade-separated railroad crossing study. Again, maybe you could find a grant for that, but I would guess that it's unlikely that you would. Same thing with railroad quiet zone installation program. So that's a quick explanation of those. You can see these top projects right here are the projects that are funded with the 2K bonds, and so those are shown with a dollar amount that would be authorized for use in 2016. And you notice here Highway 2 widening. It has a dollar amount in there. It's not highlighted in yellow because City Council has not approved that, but that was the request, was to take that match money from 2K. So again, it's filled in, but not necessarily what's going to be happening with that. Scrolling down a little further, lines 29 and 32, they show the ranking of 15 and 18, and those are the two Tower Road projects that Councilmember Teeter was asking about earlier. So the drainage, for an example, would be funded from one of these other sources, and the same thing with the Tower Road utilities. But if you scroll across, you notice that there's nothing shown in 2016. In fact, those are zeros when you look at the total column. So that means it's in a different year. And so I'm going to switch over to 2017. And looking at those two projects, this is the row for Tower Road drainage. And you notice $2.5 million in column N. Well, column N is road impact fee. So that's an area where I'm proposing we consider taking the money to fund that project. And the same thing with the Tower Road utilities, $1.5 million. That's in column E, which could potentially come from the solid waste fund, because again, Tower Road is a route that's used by the trash removal trucks or the trash hauling trucks. So, not to say that that has to be there, but I just went in and tried to fill out, again, using my best judgment of where we could pull money from to fund these projects. So again, the sidebar shows the rank of the project. So let me get over here. Oops, sorry. That's the other thing. If you look at this, these are hot links. So these are the project ranks on the side here. And so that's in the rank order that we discussed earlier using the criteria that we talked about. So starting with that first one, which is Highway 2 widening, we show the $15.2 million coming in basically from CDOT. If I remember right, that's the funding source. And so then we don't show any matching money yet until we get over to the 2K bonded project side, proposing some funding there. Now, the other option is you could pull it out of this 2K operating budget, because we've already built up a fund balance there of $8.5 million over the last several years, and we project another $3.5 million coming in 2016, in excess of what's needed. So that would give you basically a fund balance to work with of 12.1 million. And that's after pulling money out for the reserves, per the reserves policy that we have. And so potentially you could do that. The reason I put it in not recommended is we're still working through their projects, and so it's a little early for you to select your next 2K project, if you will. And that's why I thought it would be probably more appropriate, switching back over to 2016, or 2017, I mean, to look at 2017, which is when you could pull money either out of bond funds or here out of the 2K operating funds. So does that give you an idea of kind of how these spreadsheets work? And then the totals is basically a total of all of those previous 5 tabs that are 2016 through 2020. So we have each of these years broken out.
Explain it in another way. If you look at each line item across in the spreadsheet, unless it's blacked out, that column is potentially a funding source for that project. So maybe walk through Highway 2 again and show all the possible funding sources.
Sure.
Well, I have the document. I don't know if anybody else has it, but I don't have it. It doesn't show.
Yeah, on the iPad it won't show up this way, unfortunately. So.
Okay.
It does.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you're doing it wrong. No, you have to...
Go to the 2016 tab.
Okay,
That's what I opened.
okay, now go to 2016.
Ah, thank you.
And then hit it.
All right. Okay, so Highway 2 widening. Okay, so Highway 2 widening. We could potentially use transportation tax for that. We could use solid waste potentially because, again, the trash hauling trucks use a portion of Highway 2. We could potentially use general fund. We could even use COPs. And let me go down a rabbit hole here for a minute. Excuse me for doing that, but COPs are certificates of participation, and you can see that they're allowed to be used on most anything, but the reason I'm recommending against using them on a lot of things is because what we're doing is actually encumbering our existing facilities. So we're selling them to the Finance Authority. The Finance Authority would issue the COPs, and then that money would be used to build something else. And typically you want to build a capital asset with that money rather than do like a ongoing maintenance type of project. So Highway 2, picking up the thread where I left it, there's a little money in the CIPP fund balance, about $500,000. And then we have the grants, of course, and that's the CDOT matching money. And then as I scroll over, you could even use NIGID money for a portion of it, because a portion of it would be adjoining the NIG, the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District. However, again, I would recommend against that for two reasons. One is it's not really a good use for it, but more importantly, the NIGID doesn't have any additional money. So I could have grayed it out completely, but again, it's legally possible. Road impact fee, some of the money could be used for Highway 2. And then there's direct flow drainage impact fee. That's a drainage basin that encompasses a portion of Highway 2. So if there's a drainage project associated with Highway 2, you could legally use that money for a portion of that drainage. Same thing with Second Creek. Second Creek intersects that roadway, and so again, within that basin, if you have a drainage project, you could use money from that basin fee. Scrolling across, then you have your 2K bonded proceeds and then the 2K operating budget. So those would be all the potential funding sources for that project. Now, if you go down vertically, looking in the column, we list these various projects where they're proposed to be funded, and then come down to the bottom there. That's the requested total. So you can see for 2016, the request was to spend $2.3 million out of transportation tax. However, if you go down one line more, you can see that results in a negative balance of $384,000. So that means, well, we can't fund everything that was asked for out of that funding source. So that's what we look at in terms of, okay, how are we doing in terms of keeping things in balance between our funding source and the project request. The other comment I would make on general fund, before we get into specific projects, you can see there's requests of $1.3 million. Now, if you recall the presentation that Brian went through earlier, we actually were talking about taking $858,000 from general fund, not this $1.3 million. And the difference is this project right here, $480,000 for railroad quiet zone installation program. That would take more of the general fund, and I highlighted it only because, do you really want to use that funding source for it? And the reason I raise that as an issue is as you go further in time out to these later years, you can see that the general fund, which is this column H, actually starts going negative in that fourth year. And by the time you get to 2020, general fund, it's negative by $727,000. So that's where we look at the interplay of the funding source of the projects and the years of funding and realize that, okay, we have a problem here in the general fund, and we should address that as early as possible. So if you want to go ahead and fund it in 2016, then that means we need to make adjustments in later years to accommodate that. And that's the reason for looking at all of those two together, basically, side by side. Any questions on all of that? That's a quick introduction and overview. Andrew.
Thank you, Roger. Wow, it's good to see that someone's looking ahead for 16, 17, 18. I just kind of briefly counted the cells for the Highway 2 and the funding sources, and you got at least 10 potentials that are out there, so that makes me feel really good. The complexity of your spreadsheet is really nice to see that someone has a handle on it, or you can write all these programs that you want, but I think it's garbage in, garbage out, and this exemplifies your understanding all the way through at least 2020, or at least puts a roadmap for us. So very good job color coding and everything. This is great.
Thank you on behalf of all the staff. Jason?
I would echo Andrew's comments. I think this gets down to the nit and grit of all the dimensions that we have to account for, and I think it's all too easy for us to get sucked into looking at things through a very narrow, peephole, if you will, when there's a whole world out there, and this makes it absolutely clear. I was going to say black and white, but there's a lot of cool colors here in terms of what really we're dealing with. And I think, your Highway 2 example, just based on my chat with Brian before the break, or at the top of the break, the reason we're talking about funding sources for Highway 2 is because we said we had to fund tower infrastructure, right? And so now that's created a delta on the Highway 2 side. Am I right in how we leapt to that point? Because I think that's an even better context for us to use that Highway 2 example, right? We went into thinking about tower with the presumption that it was all 2K. We identified that we couldn't fund certain things out of 2K. That created a need to target those. Monies that are now identified to address the Tower Road pieces that are not 2K funded come away from Highway 2, and now we've got to solve Highway 2. And it's that ripple effect of total dollars that are programmable toward any one thing within a given year, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, all those things, one little tweak, and it has an immense ripple effect. And I think it's, I know this is a lot, but thank you to the whole staff for getting it to this point. This is the first time in my time on council I've seen it, the dots connected in this way that is, outside of my head, where I've tried to draw my own dots. It's so important for us as council to be able to get inside of this and understand this, because it allows us to think and plan at a whole new level, a much more heads-up level, and I think meet you guys at a more effective place, as opposed to, I don't know how to say it. I mean, it just, to me, it allows us to look at this together in a way that we've not been able to do before. So, from me, thank you.
I like this quite a bit, Roger, because it actually puts everything in perspective. But now here's the big elephant in the room. How easy is this to undo if someone, council, was to come in and say, okay, this isn't the direction we're headed, I understand you have this great 5-year plan, but we want to work on a 1 or 2 year plan, and these projects here, we love your waiting and everything, but we don't love it, so get rid of it and let's go to something else. Because I know a lot of times once staff gets built into something, they like it, and that's the direction they move in. What's the opposite?
Well, if I might chime in, this, the giant spreadsheet with all the different pages is just a tool to aim funding at projects and map the availability of funding out over several years. The choices that Roger's made are just for you to consider. Jason and I were talking at the break. I think in years past, council would get the projects in the right order, and we just figure out some way to get it done, but it misses the longer-term impact of moving money around. And so this helps you understand the longer-term impacts of moving projects up and down on the list that might have limited sources of funding. So I think this will be a great tool for years to come. The key is, what decisions do you want to make in this budget and in this 5-year CIP, if we could put it together, that'll kind of set it in forward motion.
Part 2 of my question, with your comment before of moving the road impact fees and everything into a separate budget of their own that actually deals with transportation and stuff like that, is that on here? Okay, because I kept looking at this and I was thinking, I looked at 2020 and I didn't see how this money was moved out, and I was thinking, okay, if Roger has this plan, it isn't showing up here, so it isn't on here. But you have another plan somewhere we haven't seen.
I have no plan other than I just gave you an idea of something we could do, and since there was a favorable response, we can start working in that direction. But no, it's not reflected on these spreadsheets at this point. The pavement management, we've attempted to fund, if I can find it here real quick, we've attempted to fund it from different sources. So in this particular year, we pulled it from transportation tax as a starting point for your consideration.
Okay.
Can I make a comment on that? I think, let me see if I have this right so we can kind of get our heads around this tool, right? So you gave us this idea of 2 potential funding sources that today feed into general fund that tomorrow could feed directly into capital projects. So if we give that direction and staff comes back with a plan, and let's pretend it's 5 years and it starts to show money directly feeding into capital projects 2 years from now, then this updated spreadsheet would show in 2018 we would see a new column for the amount of money that was going to be plugged directly into that effort, and now you got one, when you look across each row, you'd have one more column from which to consider a funding source, and over time, as that fully transitioned, it would be fully realized in one of those columns. That gives us that living plan. If a funding source dries up, they quit giving us lottery dollars tomorrow, the column goes away, right? And so, to me, this is again huge, because now we're all on the same page. We know what the variables are, and that's great. Was that a fair illustration? Okay.
That was correct, yes. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I think this would really help we've, over the last few years, we've been able to funnel down and have a significant piece of information that we can work from. And being on the Budget Retreat Committee, I think this is something that we could definitely use on a regular basis. And of course, we're going to see those black columns soon have dollar figures. And to Jason's point, adding another column with additional funding. So I just want to say kudos to the department for creating this. This is, even though you have to navigate and you have to match colors and whatnot, it's actually a really good tool to be able to use at our meetings and in planning for what we're going to, discuss in future years.
Bob,
yeah, I just wanted to comment. Remember, some of these funds are restricted funds, and so it's not like we can just move them around anywhere. They have to be related to what they're restricted to, so future consoles would be tied into that restricted fund requirement.
Anyone else? Brad?
It might be useful, Roger, to walk through what you're proposing then for 16. That would be the specific recommendations, projects to be funded, and funding sources for the 16 budget. And if that looks good to you, that's what will reflect in the budget for adoption. Or if you want to move something around or change how it's funded, that would be very useful feedback.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so then, starting at the top and scrolling on down, Highway 2, again, there was only a small amount of funding proposed. Pardon me. Can I kill this, Doug? Okay. So Highway 2, we see the money coming in, and then our match is shown as only a partial in 2016. And really, the operative question with Highway 2 is, do you want to make that a 2K bond-funded project, or would you prefer that we start pulling out of our 2K operating fund balance, if you will, for that project? It's not a lot of money. It's about $1.5 million. That's projected for 2016. So that's one of the first questions out of the gate. Yeah, or there are other possible funding sources. We don't know how much of the cost will be attributable to these two drainage basins, for example. That would be a potential down the road, but again, we would need to have probably be a little further along in the design process, I'm guessing. I would defer to Maria on that. So, and I don't know if we're ready to be able to show that. Road impact fee, there would be a little bit that would be available. Just to give you a note, on the road impact fee, it's divided into 3 districts, and so there's a west, a central, and an east district. Most of the money has come in the central district, which would be like Reunion, Frontera, that area. There is some in the west district, but not as much as in the middle district. East district, there's hardly anything there yet, just because development hasn't happened over there to the east. The other potential sources, of course, would be, I talked about the NIGID. There's the CIP fund balance, but that only has $500,000. And then, of course, general fund, but we've pretty well committed general fund to everything else. Another potential would be solid waste or transportation tax. Those would be potential funding sources.
What we have to solve for in 16 is about $1.5 million.
For Highway 2?
For Highway 2.
Okay.
Do you want input on where we think the funds should come from for Highway 2?
Sure.
I'll start, and then the rest can follow up. Is this on? Is that better? All right. Well, I don't think we should use the NIGID, nor do I think we should use the 2K operating or the other. Between the tipping fee and the transportation fund, I think if you utilized a mixture of some of those to come up with that $1.5 million would make more sense to me, because I don't think that the public, until we're finished with the 5 projects, would understand why we're starting to allocate funds for 2K, even if it's through the operating side of it, for a project that's outside of the 2K, even though I know what the ballot language said we could use it for transportation. I just worry that the public wouldn't understand until those 5 projects were done. Why would we be utilizing that? So I would prefer that we used a mixture of tipping fees, transportation fund, some of those type of things. And if you were able to take, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 out of each one of those without compromising any of them, and take a portion to come up with the $1.5 million, I would feel more comfortable with that funding source. But that's just my personal opinion.
So if I may key off of what you just said, Mayor. So I just moved it over to transportation tax. That's how easy it is to move. However, then if you look down at the bottom, that puts us $1.8 million over request unless we move other projects out of that funding source. So
right. So I would take some from each, but not all from one, to compromise other projects, is what I'm saying. There's got to be a mixture of funding sources. But I personally would like to stay away from the 2K stuff and the NIGID discussion. Council? Renee?
Piggybacking on what Sean said, transportation tax, solid waste, and road impact fees, if we kind of divvied it up, all 3 of those, I think that we could cover that 1.8 in 2015.
Renee, just to scroll down, because you got to remember where you're what's already committed.
Because you got your
Look at the bottom, the very bottom.
I'm at the bottom. Okay. I'm looking at the bottom.
So transportation tax is already 384 in the hole.
Okay. Right. You got to look all the way at the bottom.
Okay, environmental clearance for 120th and 6th and US 85, and when we okay, I'm on. Okay, I felt somebody behind me, and I got scared that it was Michelle. Okay. So now I'm confused and everything. But I see the other projects in the and the one that is the most important to me, pavement management. I know the grade separation, railroad study. It's okay. Wherever you can find it. That's a good idea.
All right, we got Renee on tilt. Who's next? Jason.
I kind of like where Renee just went. I think what's important about this tool is it gives us insight into all of the what's and the hows, and at some point we understand and trust what's there, and we turn to you and say, Roger, what's your recommendation for 2016? And we can say, makes great sense. What are the implications beyond that? I don't know that the intent, I don't think, is for us to go into each and every one of these, but this was a great example of trusting the model, right? We got to see it in action. All right, let's throw it all into transportation tax. We just blew transportation tax out of the water. I have great confidence to do what I just said and say, Roger, what's your suggestion? And where does that put us? Does that make sense?
Well, option 1, according to Roger, was 2K. Now we need option 2. And the challenge with road impact fee and solid waste is those were funds we were aiming at the utility work on Tower Road. So we might, if we move too much out of there, we're not going to have enough left for the utilities on Tower Road, I think, is the challenge.
Well, before you take it out of the 2K, I'd like to know from the council, that's just my personal opinion, is not to touch the 2K. But I'd like to know how the council feels about it.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. I think what I heard with the 2K comment is not that we don't think it's a right use of the money, but we haven't defined, right? So this is a great point. When we set forward to do 2K, we, again, narrowed to say we're implementing a program in perpetuity, but we're targeting a short list of projects for initial implementation. We knew in the beginning, and we talked about it very loosely, that this would enable us to fund other projects over time and the operation of those projects over time, but we've not gone back to sit down and spell that out, nor have we talked about that with the communities so that they understand how the program will work beyond the first projects that 2K allowed us to pursue. So I think to Sean's point, unless you can, in tandem with that or prior to doing that, define that so that this first use of funds beyond the first 5 projects is clear and a repeatable process, right? You wouldn't want to just dive in, use these funds, and then not have criteria that are usable over time, right? And so as much as I think they're they could be the right funds to use, I think we don't have our work done yet in terms of defining Project Next and beyond, right? I think, to me, we have to get this kind of a model in our prioritization set so we can pick from that list and say, okay, what of these projects that we've tested are 2K viable for capital and for operating? That's a whole other thing. So I don't know. It's a difficult decision.
It is, and that's the way we came out with the 2K was 5 projects in 5 years. If I wasn't at this table understanding the ongoings, and someone said, "Oh, hey, they're going to use 2K funds to help with Highway 2," I think I would go, "Well, we don't even have a rec center or the other parks, and Tower Road's not built yet." And I would think that my perception, I think at that point in time would be they're doing other things with the money that we, So I think before we start using that money, we have to make sure that everything else is guaranteed. We've got to come up with those 5 projects, and I don't want the public perception to be that we're using $2K for other things, because we would be, even though it's the ongoing perpetuity piece, right? I agree. But those 5 projects, I think the public is waiting to see those first before we start getting too crazy about spending that money on anything else. Andrew's next, then JD, then Steve, then Crystal.
So might I offer up, we know that we've completed a couple of 2K projects, and I'll use as an example of the outdoor pool, or I'll use Fonterra Park, or, so we did build in a program contingency for design, and so there may be some unallocated dollars that are there that we haven't used yet out of program management, but with the caveat that the project of the 5 that we committed to they're done. And so even though we do have a construction contingency, we came in under budget, we didn't use all of our contingency, there is a contingency on top of that. So maybe my suggestion would be to run the exercise with the formulas that you have up here and the basket of eggs, and you kind of have this little piece that all the eggs aren't mature just yet in projects of 2K that are complete but not, they haven't had the cost overruns from the program management. So as a suggestion, once you start to sprinkle some of that out, maybe that's something that I would offer up. So thank you.
Jay.
I agree with the mayor that we need to be very careful, and we need to complete these projects that we told the public we were going to before we start getting in that money. And then the second thing is I was under the understanding that we went to the public with 5 projects, and that we would continue to work with the public when those projects were done, and the public would play a role in that process of what the next projects were that we moved on to, not that it would just be council and staff deciding after those 5 projects were done where we went next. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
I think this is a classic Commerce City Council thing where we did a lot, but we didn't do it all, right? So we got to the point of getting this out the door, but we didn't define all of it, right? So we weren't explicit with ourselves in terms of how beyond the 5 projects the world was going to work.
And maybe not, Jason, but I will tell you, everybody sitting here who reached out to the public and attended those public meetings, I know there were questions put forward from the public of what happens when those are paid off, and I know the answer was, we'll come back to you. I mean, whether it's defined in print, it was our word. So I stand by that. But anyway, to move away from that, Roger, what's the grants in E470 developers? Is that something that we would stand a good chance of? If I went down my columns right, it's white. But if it was white, I thought we could use it on that project.
So the money that's identified is the commitment from CDOT. I'm not aware of any developers.
Oh, okay, so that's the money, that 15, okay. Well, then I'm with Renee. Go find it somewhere, please.
All right, Steve, you're next.
Yes. You know how we defined those 5 projects with this rec center, and that included the improvements on 112th with the infrastructure leading up to the facility. That includes the underground infrastructure as well as above, because we have it slated as two different projects. One for the rec center, and the other thing is for the infrastructure to take what it takes to build a rec center. Correct? As far as bringing that up to full capacity. So we defined, and that's widening that road, and that's also putting the water lines and everything else that's connected to that rec center. So those are part of the road improvements. So, and that's defined. So when we do Tower Road, that is defined as building the infrastructure that we can tap into later on for commerce. And we did define that with the rec center and with the road improvements. And to me, when it comes to the rec center, to Tower Road, we have to make a defined decision as far as what is a true meaning behind that road being built. We put it on the ballot, and it was passed. So, we had the blue book and all that stuff. It did go into detail, but what exactly is that? And as far as what does it really look like? Because we have it going one way, but when we look at Tower Road, we look at that different than we do 112 going on Potomac. They both serve the same purpose. It's an improvement in a new road, but they're being looked at differently. Because, that hasn't been brought up in study session. It's been brought up about Tower Road with the infrastructure and the drainage. We have to do drainage improvements along 112th to Potomac. What's any different than Tower Road? Because we're responsible for that, that second creek that's coming through. So we need to make sure that we define that the same way. And if it's different, we really need to say what's different about that, because we still have waterways that we have to control, and they have to be diverted somewhere. Otherwise, we're going to have issues right there. So
We'll go to Crystal first. I'll come back to this.
So if we can define that like we do with other CPI programs, but when it comes to $2K dollars, and I know we had this discussion and everything about what that looks like, but we really didn't define that when we doing the infrastructure for the rec center. So we need some more. Well, I'm just saying, just as far as we need to clarify that, because there is dollars. I looked on here for solid waste, road impact fees, and then there's the DFA 0053 impact. So there's money, there are funds available, so we didn't have to tap into the $2K dollars. But could someone tell me what the DFA 0053 drainage impact fee is?
Yes, that's it's called the direct flow area, and so that's a basin that isn't defined like Second Creek or Third Creek. Instead, it's a basin that flows directly into the Platte River.
Okay.
So that's why it's called direct flow area, so
Okay.
DFA.
So we're far from that, though. I mean,
Part of it, part of Highway 2 does intersect with that basin. That's why I say potentially there's some funding from that basin that could be used. But in talking to Maria just a minute ago, she said that she thought the drainage probably would account for only about 10% of that total cost. So, yeah, it helps, but at the same time, it's not a huge portion of the Highway 2 widening project.
okay. Thank you.
All right, Crystal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, going back to, the five projects, 5 years, 1 penny, the 2K initiative, and, council spent 2 years taking this traveling roadshow, if you will, town hall, to talk with the residents and get their input and really basically share the information that we could all be on the same page and this is going to be beneficial to all. So I would think at this point, when we're nearing towards the last, say, year, well, I would actually probably take it further, 2 years out of the 5, that this would be, Highway 2 would be one of the ones on priority list of projects to come, out of the gate. And I think that we should probably continue the momentum that we had in promoting and educating on the 2K projects and say, okay, well, this is what we have. These last few projects are near completion, but these are the next few projects that are high priority on our list, and we want your input. And instead of trying to schedule something separate from that, I just think we need to keep on with this same momentum, because that's ultimately what got all these on the ballot and initially passed. So other than that, and as far as funding from other sources, I thought of something. this may be probably a nightmare to figure out, but what if it was maybe in consideration a very small percentage, whether it's we'd say 1% straight across the line and see where we end up with, where it's not too much of an impact. I don't know, just looking at the dollar amounts, I wouldn't be able to figure that out, but is that something that possibly could be in consideration, or maybe not even straight across the board, say, well, we can take 1% out of 5 particular funding sources that could relate to that.
In answer to Crystal's question, that's kind of what we intended with this tool, is to be able to start to plug in funding for a given project from a number of different sources, but then see the impact it has on other projects that same funding had been aimed towards. So we can definitely kind of do that on the fly here and see. I think what we'll see is what that ripple effect is if we start to move the money around to fund certain projects over others. I wanted to return back to Mr. Douglas's question. I think he was asking a question, what's the difference between funding utilities for 112th with 2K funds, funding utilities on 2K on Tower Road without 2K funds? There is a very clear distinction, and it comes through in Bob's legal opinion, that utility work that's directly related to the construction of Tower Road is an appropriate use of 2K funds, and so there is storm drainage work, there is water line work that's related to the irrigation that is included in the project and will be funded with 2K funds. Similarly, 112th Avenue. Any utility work related to improving 112th Avenue and building the recreation center is absolutely 2K appropriate. The distinction on Tower Road was when council asked us to do some additional utility work above and beyond the minimum we needed to build Tower Road. That's where we ran into challenges with using 2K funds for that additional work. So we've attempted to identify some sources, but again, subject to council approval. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I know that there's also going to be developers' fees that they have to pay when, like Shay's responsible for a certain percentage, and a couple other developers. So I just started looking at that, but he said by the time we get the refunds done, that might be 80-something years down the road. So, yeah, just looking at this and looking at the bottom for us, potential sources for remaining funds. It's there. We just have to figure out where it's going to come from without taking away from other projects. So, but this tool here, you can see right away, where at least what you can work at and where you can take things from instead of, trying to find it on other pages. It's all right here. So I do appreciate this model. It's a lot to look at, but at least if you need something, you can zero in on it and then go from there. So I think we can find that fund between now and October to help fund Tower Road.
Just a quick comment. Had again a little sidebar conversation with the Public Works Director, and Maria told me that the CDOT money can be spent first. So instead of trying to come up with the money for the match already in 2016, it looks like we can defer that to 2017. So that gives a little more flexibility and doesn't make it an immediate issue. The other thing to note with that is, so I took a third of that initial match and I splattered it over those three accounts that were mentioned earlier, and it'd be $491,000, almost, $491,000 from each of those three. And you notice that does have an impact down below. So again, that would cause a different decision on some other project then. So again, just keep that in mind. We have flexibility. We can move money around, but then we have to move money elsewhere on a different project. So there's always trade-offs.
And I think it's important to bring up, you have these funding streams. We know that the water and sewer infrastructure that's put in Tower, which is only a portion of what's needed because there's drainage, that gets repaid through development as people connect to those lines and pay those lines down. I don't know where you start figuring some of that return back into this system. I know it's years down the road, but we don't know how. We know that Tower Road with the proper infrastructure is going to initiate economic development at a faster pace. We know that those lines will get paid down. And Renee brought it up earlier about the fact that at some point in time they get turned over to the district. Once we're paid off on those lines, they get turned over to the district. And, we did ask the district if they would participate in those costs because it's going to be their lines in anyway. And they were participants in the Northern Infrastructure GID for the initial water and sewer to be put up through the northern area to create the opportunity for the development that we're seeing today. They chose to not participate with the funding for the water and sewer infrastructure, which would have helped us with some of this infrastructure need. And when Renee says, what if we don't turn it back? We don't maintain water and sewer lines. They do. We do get repaid. And so through some of this infrastructure, there is a repayment value, but it's being able to estimate what the timing of that repayment is so you can roll that back into, ultimately it'll come back through here, at least the water and sewer piece. Stormwater should too, through development, but that development could be 20 years out, but it will return.
Actually, our estimate is 85% of all of the costs related to Tower Road would be repaid through the GIDs. Based on Rogers' absorption schedule, could take 85 years.
Right.
So there is repayment for a very long time.
Right, but that $1.5 million that we're looking for, or that $2.5 million that we're looking for, I don't know. That's not going to be 85 years. We're talking total project. I don't know at what time those return and how that affects projects down the road. So this can get a lot more intricate. But we do know that those dollars return. So it's not just, and I just didn't want everybody to have the perspective that once that money's gone, it doesn't return. It will return at some point in time. And, that's that ongoing, that revolution of how infrastructure works. I don't want to take up a bunch of time. Jason, Renee was next, then Jason.
Okay. I was going to ask, and Roger touched on it briefly, on that 15 million from CDOT, when do we have to provide our match? Is it a immediate match, or is it a match down the road?
I'll defer to Maria.
Yeah, so it was a one lump sum payment, which we've already received, and there's no requirement that we have that money in the bank when we receive that.
Okay,
If that makes sense.
Our match could be deferred off to 2019, 2020?
No, only till the end of the project. So we're allowed to draw down that $15 million to pay off the contractor as we go, but to finish the project or complete it, we would need to use our own funds.
And our own funds is about $5 million?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And in going back to the 2K project, I understand exactly what JD, what the mayor said and everything, but I'm kind of tilting towards what Crystal said on the fact that if we, with the KipCat and education now, I mean, not waiting, because the money is there for transportation and recreation projects. That money could be available, but we would have to start up the road show earlier than later and explain why the next line of projects, which Highway 2 might be one of them, is important now than later. And especially we will have, and just with what Maria just said, we would probably have the other two parts done by that time, and we would be well on our way to starting Tower Road. So the first 4 of the 5 projects, the only project that probably wouldn't be coming out of the ground is the rec center. And it might be by 17, and that money would be possible from 2K, but we would have to start why this is imperative that we start looking. We can't wait to start looking for projects. We have to start talking about them and putting them in line and getting them going, because we don't have time to wait. Some things maybe, some things not, but I would think that 2K money would be available up to a point.
All right. Jason.
Two things. One, in follow-up to the mayor's comment, I'll come back to that. Renee's spot on, and this is what I was talking about earlier in terms of our list of priorities and the detail around 2K and how we use 2K. We have a KipCAC, right? We have, you can't wait until the 5 years is up and start from zero to start planning, to Renee's point, for the next wave. And so I think there's a lot to be said for looking at some balance of the staggered repayment or match to Highway 2 CDOT to see if we can stage that in 2017 potentially, so that you could get, to use Renee's words, right, get your 2K next roadshow on. I think the thing is to make sure that we think about this in the right way. This is not a bad thing that we're talking about. This is nothing we should be ashamed of. This is a success. This is a massive success. We've envisioned a program that began with just 5 projects and the care of those 5 projects forever, right? But it also was clear from the get-go that it was to do more over time. How great a story is it for us all to be able to say, hey, community, not only have we delivered, to Andrew's point, X, Y, and Z of these projects so far, these are on schedule and in line for delivery. We have to start planning now for where we go next. And if we can get that underway, that puts us in a position to think about how to program those dollars. And maybe the first use of those is to seed, or provide that last gap financing for Highway 2 as our baby step. Beyond that, right, there's a lot for us to consider in terms of laying the foundation for how those future other big projects get queued up and cared for. So I agree. In terms of the mayor's comment, you're right. if we were to take this spreadsheet and add tabs for the next 20 or so years, you'd start to see in some revenue line, right, those dollars starting to come back in. But it's so far out that it doesn't matter in terms of this 5-year window. I don't think there's any way we would see anything back inside of 5 years that would be big enough to be relevant to, do you know what I mean?
It's such a moving target.
Yeah.
Because of development, and it depends on what the economy
You'd
does.
have to have a
There's so many
massive,
variables.
yeah. But
You
yeah,
can't-
I mean,
you can't pin it down.
Yeah, absolutely. Ultimately, it comes back, but it's distributed over such a long timeline that it's never in any one big enough chunk that it's like you'd realize a check for $6 million that you could go turn around and do something else with. It would seed itself in over time a little bit. So, I think we could probably go round and around on Highway 2 all night. If I can recap what I think we're saying, I hear everybody saying they trust Roger, but right, we have a sensitivity to highway to 2K. So, would we be okay to say to Roger and team, see what you can do without touching to what extent you can not touch 2K, or the combination of not touching 2K this year and putting our match out next year, and considering for us to consider, right, how much we are opposed to or open to 2K if we were to use that in 2017. Does that give staff enough to work with to solve for the tower work, the Highway 2 work, and get us into 2017? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I would echo that and say, you know what? Let Roger. This was kind of a test that staff put out, and I know they were just testing how are you going to come up with money, and I get that, right? So that they could turn around and go, sorry, if you take it from here, look what happens 3 years from now. I get the whole. It was a test. None of us passed at first, but we get it, Roger. We know what you were trying to do. Now, what I think I'm hearing from the council is, thanks for your test. Now go back and figure out how you're going to make this work, and show us in a study session that by 2017 you can have this figured out so that we have the money to finish Highway 2. Ultimately, we do trust you, and we want you to help us make sure we're drawing from the right funds for the right purposes moving forward. But this was a great exercise to say, hey, if you guys take from here, it's going to be missing. So some other project's going to be hurt. It seemed like with Tower Road, when we heard Bob's decision that you can't utilize 2K to cover the utilities, then we had to come up with funding for those utilities, which is actually what robbed Highway 2 for the $5 million that we needed to be able to do our match with the state. And it's that ongoing exercise of, somewhere down the road, you have to make a decision what you're not going to do, right? So what I'm hearing from council is let Roger come back, show us where the best, most appropriate places to draw the money for Highway 2, especially with the deferral to 2017. Is that what I'm getting from everybody? We're good with that, with Highway 2? Do you have a comment, Andrew?
I just want everyone to be mindful that time is a real factor here, and we're going to be consumed by schedule before we know it, and it's coming really fast. We're always looking for funding sources, and that's why I suggested the possibility of what has been completed out of 2K, not to take anything away from the voters who approved that for us. But when I look at the whole deal, if we wait until 2018 when everything is done and we've missed some opportunities to capitalize on infrastructure or other things, whatever the project name is, and then we put ourselves in the position where you didn't do the project right, and now you're digging up roads and you're doing all these other things, and so these crucial conversations that need to happen sooner than later. And we can't sink the mothership, as in the whole Commerce City budget, in one shot. So I think the outreach is really important for us, and I just really want everyone to know. I'm thinking more further down the road, and we'll just say our city council could look very different coming in November, and it could look very different coming up in 2017 again. And so for me, if I were to miss the opportunity and say, I'm going to wait until 2018 and I'm not even here, we'll just say if I wasn't reelected or something, I've lost my opportunity as a council person to leave it better than it was before. So those are my general comments, that time is a very real factor, not only dollars, but time. So, my 2 cents. Thanks.
All right, JD, do you have something?
Yeah, I did. It just keeps coming back to me about 2K. Crystal's right. We should have these ongoing meetings. They should have never quit, because we know that money's continuing to come in. We know what we gained when we kept that public input. We knew it so well, we formed KIPCAP. So we know those things are there. Highway 2 does fall under 2K. I hate that we sat around trying to figure out, the attorney has already said it's an improper use of the money. You want to use it when I'm gone, Andrew, go ahead. But as long as I'm here, I'm going to keep arguing that, no, it's an improper use. 2K will pay for Highway 2. It's our fault, I guess, that we haven't been continuing this ongoing conversation with the public, because I will tell you, you let that project fall short of Tower Road or of the rec center, because it's my opinion, and I could be wrong, but those are the two things that passed that 2K, was those two projects. We haven't even started them yet. If we fall short, and it's proven we took money and we spent money, I think you're going to be in more trouble with the public than 20 years from now when you're digging up the road to put infrastructure and saying, why didn't you do it? These 5 projects you have to secure, in my opinion. And if you want to go after Highway 2 with 2K money, go back to the public. I truly believe there'd probably be some pretty easy conversations with the public. It'll take a little money, a little time, effort, all of us. But you said here, it makes common sense. The public understands this. And then I think you can find your funding, and I think they will leave you the direction.
Jason. Oh, you were next? Yeah. Steve.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with JD and what Andrew was saying as far as getting these projects, going and knowing exactly where the money's spent, and taking those dollars that we're going to use for Highway 2 and pull those forward for Tower Road and see what kind of savings we have with contingencies and all that, and then revert the money back to Highway 2, and then have a discussion with the citizens. We may not need that much, and depends on how things are allocated and all that. I believe having those ongoing conversations, we can be ready, so when the time comes, we can go ahead and allow those funds to flow into the completion of Highway 2. So I do agree that process, and let's see what that looks like.
All right, Jason.
I think this gets back to how does it work, right, for the projects next. We have to be specific, very, very brutally, painfully specific, because it's these vagaries and generalities that continue to kick us in the rear. And whether it's the court fees and the loose language with which they exist and allow people to have different understandings, I'm over it. I'm so over it, right? We have to commit, and it's us, 9 individuals, that make the priorities. And it's us that need to say, we don't stop talking about setting priorities or maintaining public dialogue or otherwise. So to that end, when we say, go back to the public, in what form and fashion? Vote of the people, conversations in the gym. We have to be explicit about what that looks like, because we have a KIPCAC now. We have a growing, evolving set of priorities. So if we have a set of priorities that are taking shape, and we have a KIPCAC that we've appointed to help govern and monitor and add as a layer to this process, then what does the additional layer look like? It's not a question to be answered now, but it's a question we have to answer in explicit terms, because whether it's Highway 2 or Rec Center number 3, we've already gotten the voters' authorization into perpetuity for a penny to be used for these things. So the question is, what is the mechanism by which we put something on the list to use those dollars beyond the first set of projects that were authorized? We have to have that in black and white so that this council gets it, staff gets it, and the public understands it, so that there's no opportunity in any way, shape, or form for somebody to suggest that we are being inappropriate with the way that we're programming or approaching the use of those dollars. Again, I think Andrew's tried to make the point a couple times, if you've got a savings, right, I'll take 27J. District 27J went to the people for their last successful initiative, right, to build 2 schools. They had such savings on those projects that they were able to use the savings to start a 3rd school and build half of a school. What did they do? They went and did it. How did they deal with it? They said, we were very frugal with our money, and this is what we've done. This is a success story. It's not we're trying to sneak something past the community. I think we've got to be very careful about even suggesting that's part of the conversation, right? I don't think we're trying to be sneaky in any way, shape, or form, but there is enough inconsistency with our collective understanding of what is and isn't 2K that we have to not let any more time go beyond, we have to limit the amount of time that goes beyond today before we get a definitive consensus on what that is. This council has to resolve that before the baton passes. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Renee?
Okay, I think we all have said the same thing, only in different ways, because of the fact that JD said the same thing Andrew said, the same thing that Jason said. We need to go back to the public and explain to them that 2K has been such a success that we're ready to do more 2K. And while we're in the planning stages of doing Highway 2, we're getting these other projects done. So I don't think nobody disagrees. I think some of us look at it like we aren't trying to bamboozle the public. All we're trying to let them know is that, damn, we did such a good job that now we have to keep the job going. And I agree with JD, I agree with Jason, I agree with Steve, Crystal, and everything, and Andrew. We are doing what we said we're going to do. But what we need to do is we need to start the public interface now. We can't start waiting. We need to, and just like Jason says, we need to put it on paper so when we're gone, the same thing is going to be with the next council and the next council, how they do 2K money, they do projects and interface with the public.
All right. Right.
At the risk of cutting off any discussion, I was just going to summarize where I think we are.
Well, you want to let Crystal go first, and then I'll let you summarize?
Good idea.
Because we're there.
I'll make this
Crystal?
quick. So, a synopsis of the discussion that we've just had. So, this is the perfect opportunity for us to go back to the public, have a meeting, a few public meetings, saying, okay, look, this is the first completed project, which was the pool. Now we've got Frontera Park opening tomorrow. This is a follow-up, but it's also an introductory phase, if you will, into what we're planning to discuss very aggressively with our time constraints, as Andrew pointed out. We are. I mean, we looked at this a few years ago and said, oh gosh, 5 years. Well, now we're already into our second project, and it's been 2 years. So that's all I'm going to suggest, is that we plan to have something very soon, collaborate with all the appropriate parties, and do something very soon.
All right. Brian, before you go, I'm going to say something. I wasn't going to, but I'm going to. The way we pass 2K, the way I understand it, is just like Jason and everybody's been talking about. We know there's 1 cent that can go towards transportation and parks and recreation in perpetuity after the 5 projects are done, right? We need to start planning those. I agree with that. I also agree with that at one point in time, to JD's point, we did say the bigger projects, we have KIPCAC, we're going to start utilizing that to look at Rosemary, 88, some of the other priority projects that are on that list. However, there's still the opportunity to utilize 2K to improve maybe not major projects like Rosemary, but to additionally add towards Highway 2. I just think we need to make sure that when we do that, that we can own up to the 5 projects without cutting our nose off to spot our face. So I think everybody's correct here. And I think we need to look at those opportunities. But we can't wait much longer. We have to start prioritizing and planning for future 2K use. Large projects and maybe those additional pieces like with Highway 2 to help projects get completed. Brian, that was my synopsis.
Well, and on the subject of 2K, as I mentioned earlier, we proposed tonight to have an important discussion about the use of 2K funds related to operations and maintenance. So that's an important start on that discussion, and we hear you loud and clear. We'll put our heads together and figure out a timeline to help you have a good additional discussion about a process for future use of 2K funds for capital projects. With respect to the challenge of putting together the 2016 budget, I was hearing in your comments some trust in us to figure out appropriate uses to solve for the project needs in 2016. And I think we can do that, but I've asked the folks here, let's see if there's any really thorny ones that we don't think we can figure out without more input from you, because after tonight there's precious little time to have further discussion with you about how to fund these projects. Again, if you remember that schedule, Finance is starting to assemble the budget tomorrow, so the extent that we can resolve those things tonight, we'd like to do that, or if we think we can solve them and still meet what we think your expectations are, we'll just proceed and do that. So while they check to see, have you had a chance to do that? Are there any thorny ones that we really need council's help with to be able to assemble the 16 budget and fund everything that we've recommended?
Yes, sir. The railroad quiet zone installation program is killing us. So I don't know if that's one that can be deferred or.
Want to get off track?
Well, let's start at the end over here.
Well, maybe
you want the council to tell you about how what their opinion is on the quiet zones.
Before you do that, maybe a little bit more background about where that came from and why it's on the list might be helpful. Just some context for council before they weigh in.
Hey, Brian, that trust that we talked about, I think that was directed towards Roger. I don't know if that was spread out. I'm just giving you a hard time. I don't want to freak you out at the budget retreat, Brian.
I was using we liberally.
I would try to get you to relax a little bit.
I was using the term we liberally. I know you meant Roger. We're looking for the project sheet that will have more detail. There it is.
So this is aimed at establishing quiet zones at various at-grade railroad crossings that were identified in the 2006 study. And this would be either physical improvements or a wayside horn system. So it's a variety of railroad crossings.
How much would that $480,000 cover in 2016?
The intent was that we were going to do one project per year, so now that we have the wayside horn as another option, so I had not prioritized these, just did it as one crossing per year. So to try and start to establish a program where we're putting one on per year. So that doesn't mean we have to start in 2016, but I wanted to at least keep it there in the forefront of our minds.
6 and 85 or Highway 2?
We have not selected which one we would do in 2016. We would have to go through a prioritization process to determine which of those would be first.
All right. Now you ready? Andrew, what are you thinking? We're talking about quiet crossings. Defer or do the first one this year in 2016?
Can I phone a friend? Can I phone a friend? I'm joking.
No, you can ask
No,
Brian, but there's no...
I can ask Brian, right? So quiet crossings are definitely important to me, and we understand the challenges that are out there right now, even though we do have some quiet crossings. I think if we truly get into a pinch, again, consumed by schedule, I would go on a limb to say that maybe we allocate some of those funds and move that to 2017, the quiet crossings. I mean, something has to give here. I don't know what else to say. So I'd say if that's what you're asking.
Well, if you were going to ask Roger, he would say we are in a pinch. Do you want to defer to 2017 or?
I'd defer to 2017. We need the infrastructure. I mean, we know with infrastructure comes development and everything else, so I'd err on the side of infrastructure and just keep beating our drums or tooting our horns with the railroads to keep them quiet. And we know how that ends up most of the time.
All right. Rick?
I agree also, infrastructure is more important to me.
All right. How about J.D.?
I would defer it. The railroad does what it's going to do anyway. We have a quiet crossing. I still get lots of complaints from there. We have a train that's supposed to split. I still sit there for hours. So I don't think it's the right investment right now.
All right, Jim?
Are we getting any complaints from anybody on any particular crossing?
The quiet crossing, I still get complaints.
Well, on any crossing
That's
that's
the
not
only one.
any crossing that's not a quiet crossing. Are we getting any complaints right now from people?
Definitely 112th and 85, and I think even the one here at 88, or up near the MSC at 88th and just west of Rosemary.
Well, the 112th and Highway 85, that's mostly about trains blocking the road, isn't it? Not about the quiet crossing issue.
It is, but we also know it from a noise standpoint. We also get them for the existing Wayside Horn from the Eagle Creek neighborhood for the most part too, and from Bell Creek to some extent.
We still get them from Eagle Creek?
Mm-hmm. A couple.
Are the trains still blowing their horns?
I think they do occasionally, it sounds like, based on the calls that we've received. So, which they still have that right to do, even with the Wayside Horn. If they feel it's necessary, they have the right to sound the horn still.
It's a no-brainer to defer this. We've got many, many more important things to spend our money on.
All right, Jason?
I think J.D. said it well. You can spend $480,000. Doesn't mean you're going to get something that you can bank on out of it. You put $480,000 into the 2K project or the Highway 2 project, we know absolutely what we're going to get, and it's a no-brainer in Jim's terms.
Crystal?
I would defer, just so we can keep on track. No pun intended.
I would say defer it and then look for some federal grants between now and 2017.
Renee?
They're having the same problems at quiet crossings up north that we're having down here, that they have them in place, but the railroads do what they want to do. I would say that we could put the quiet crossings in, use the money, and still get the complaints. So I would say defer.
I don't even have to answer, but I'm going to. As much as the people in Eagle Creek appreciate the quiet crossing, and it has reduced the noise, I do think that there's opportunities to help benefit other areas within Commerce City by having the quiet crossings. However, 112th and 85, why have a quiet crossing when no trains come down it except when they park? So the parking, I think, is a bigger issue there. I do think we need to continue to move forward to try to get quiet crossings. The one that I get complained about is 80th Avenue in Monaco, which is unincorporated Adams County's crossing. It's not even our crossing. But at the end of the day, because of the importance to get Highway 2 done, because of the increase in volumes of traffic in our community, I think that takes the priority over the quiet crossings. However, I want to make sure we keep quiet crossings on the radar and start identifying, because right now We don't have a quiet crossing identified yet of where we're going to go. We don't have construction design of what those costs may be depending on which crossing it's going to be. So I would really like to make sure that we're in the process of trying to figure out what that crossing is going to be, what the complaint rate is, and who it's going to help serve, so that we have a better idea of what exactly we're talking about. Because if you would have came in here and said, all right, look, Sean, we've got, this is the crossing we've got identified, these are the people that are affected, this is the amount of complaints we're receiving, this is what it's going to cost for that particular crossing, based on design, median, need, whatever, wayside horns, whatever's going to happen, I would have a harder decision than what I have now by going, okay, we have a group of 4, and we don't have it refined to what crossing, how much it's going to cost, and who it's going to impact. So therefore, because of that reason, I'm going to go along with the council and defer.
I'd like to ask staff, are there any other conflicts that we can't resolve by adjusting the funding without using any 2K funds, where we would need council direction to be able to prepare the budget book?
In 2017, there's 2 problem areas yet. One is in transportation tax, and the other is in solid waste. Transportation tax, $115,000, and then solid waste, $205,000. We could use general fund, but then that causes us problems in outlying years. But I could shift this 115, for example, for bridge maintenance over into general fund, but have 100,000 there now. Not for bridge maintenance. So if it's okay with people, I can shift it over, but whatever.
That would be the option for the 2017 portion of the 2-year budget, but then we'll have a chance to revisit that this time next year. So at this time, we can shift some funds around and show general fund covering that gap in 17, but again, revisit it a year from now. So it sounds like with that, we can assemble the 16 and 17 CIP budget pretty close. So that means then that we can move on. We've got 2 items remaining on the budget today. The next one in order would be 2K O&M, unless you want to take them out of order and go down the list of city council items that have come up over the past year that we don't yet have funded. I'll leave that. If you need a 2K break, we could switch to the other stuff, or if you're in 2K mode, we could proceed to talk about
Let's just
2K
stay on
O&M.
track, and we'll go into 2K O&M and work our way down.
Fair enough. As was mentioned previously, we put together some policy options just as food for thought and to start the discussion. Had a great discussion with KIPCAC last Wednesday. So the information in the packet, the policy options, do not include KIPCAC's feedback, so we'll work their feedback in as Roger goes through the policy options. In the policy options, it's not necessarily a matter of picking A, B, or C. They show different options on a spectrum of how conservative or liberal you view the use of 2K funds for operations and maintenance. So you can certainly select one of those and say, yeah, we like that one, or use them to have a good discussion and then give us some direction at what you think an appropriate policy direction would be. And if you noticed in our prior discussions about the budget, we made some initial assumptions about appropriate use of 2K funds for operations and maintenance. But it really needs city council review and discussion and some consensus on what an appropriate policy would be. So with that, I'll turn it over to Roger.
Thank you, Brian. So in trying to figure out what would be appropriate and what would make sense to the public and be acceptable to City Council, I drafted up 3 policy options, and so I'll walk through those 3 options fairly quickly. Option A would be where staff would recommend the budget to City Council. City Council would either approve it or adjust it or deny it, and we'd have to come back with a new one. And basically, what it would do is that budget would then determine the amount of money used from 2K that would be used for funding the operation and maintenance on 2K projects. But the 2K funded equipment and staff and supplies could be used anywhere. So let me talk about that aspect first. When you think of snow plowing operation, for example, snow plow will be headed down a particular route. And so if they're going out Highway 2, for an example, and then take 96, they'll continue on that route, and then if Tower Road is part of that, then they would go on to Tower Road and then come back on 104th Avenue, to use an illustration. I don't know if that's a route, but that's an example of a potential route. So in that case, we would have a lot of non-2K roadways that would be plowed by that particular plow truck, but we would also have a portion of a 2K funded project that would be plowed by that same plow truck. An illustration from Parks Maintenance is that when the staff picks up their supplies in the morning and their equipment, they go out and they maintain a park, and then they move on to another park, maintain that park, and move on to another park, maintain that park. So if we were to require that only the equipment and supplies can be used on a 2K funded park, for example, then they would be maintaining a non-2K park. They would have to go back to the shop, drop off all of those supplies and equipment, pick up the 2K funded supplies and equipment, and then go out to a 2K funded park. So it becomes an efficiency and an operational efficiency issue at that point. So we're trying to figure out how can we do this, and this simply setting a budget would be to divide up the balance or the budget of Parks Maintenance Division or the Street Maintenance Division just as funding sources. That's all that option A would do. By contrast, option B would be based on ratios, and option B would then be using all of the total acreage that is maintained by parks, the total lane miles that are maintained by the Street Maintenance Division, and based on that ratio, you would set the budget, and also the expenditures then would be allocated, would be divided between the two funding sources based on that ratio. The option C is where you would have to track the actual dollars spent. And that's the case where I talked about then your supplies that you would purchase with 2K would have to be brought back to the shop so that you can pick up your non-2K funded supplies, go back out and maintain the parks that are not 2K. So that's the basic difference between those 3 options. Continuing on, under option A, the council's budget determines the use of revenues. Now, the exception is that utilities that are invoiced separately would be separated between 2K and non-2K because every facility receives a separate invoice. Under option B, again, the utilities would be separated out because they're already invoiced separately, but it would be the ratios that would determine how the expenditures are divided between the two funding sources. In option C, that would require separating 2K from general fund non-2K, and we would have to track everything separately, so that's a different accounting function, and it would require staff then to track their hours spent in each facility. Where it becomes really problematical, though, is for like snowplow operations and street maintenance operations because their budget is not set up per facility or per street segment, whereas in parks, they actually develop a separate budget for each facility. So there's a existing recreation center budget that was developed that informed the larger budget for the PRG department,
And in the 2016 budget that's being prepared, there's actually a budget that was set up for Frontera Park because it's a 2K funded park. So again, it's a little bit different for each department. But again, the utilities are separated out already, invoiced separately, so those we can allocate very easily. And then moving on, my comments on option A is that it's the easiest to administer, but it's also less accurate than the other two methods. As I said just a minute ago, PRG already budgets this way by facility. Public Works does not budget that way, again, because they don't have, they don't do things by this road segment versus that road segment. All of it is street maintenance, or it's street lighting, or traffic signal, all of that. It's all a program, if you will. So this would require more trust in staff than the other options, but it would ultimately come back to City Council to determine that budget. The thing to note is that facility services, fleet, and information technology are already set up as internal service funds, and they have an allocation system that's based either on the square footage of the facility, or it's based on the number of vehicles and where they're assigned, or in the case of IT, it's based on the number of computers that are assigned to a particular department and the software that's attributable to that department. So the internal service allocation would remain the same, and we can divide that out by facility, if you will. Comments on option B. This is the second easiest to administer. The ratios are based on easily identifiable data, so it would be total acreage maintained by the Parks Division, the total lane miles maintained by the Streets Division. And then recreation programs would be those that are offered at the 2K facilities. And then again, I talked about the internal service funds in that last bullet. Comments on option C. This is the hardest to administer because it would require 2 sets of equipment, 2 sets of supplies, and also separate payroll tracking. And then it would require using 2K supplies only on 2K facilities, and then returning those, like I mentioned earlier, and then picking up the non-2K supplies. And so that one becomes an operational efficiency issue that as we get more and more 2K facilities will become more and more significant to the operation of the city. Here are some general comments. There's also the need to fund the quote-unquote indirect impacts. And for example, HR will be responsible for recruiting, hiring, onboarding, offboarding over 100 additional employees that are funded by 2K. Finance will need to, they're already tracking 2K revenue, but then they would also need to track the accounting. If you go with option C, for an example, they would have to do all of that tracking. There's also a cash receipts impact both on the administrative staff in Parks, Recreation, Golf, and also in the finance staff, because that cash that comes off of Paradise Island has to be accounted for daily and deposited daily. So it goes through, the administrative staff at Parks, Recreation, Golf, and then it comes over to finance and they handle it. So, and then there also is an impact on other departments. And I used City Attorney's Office as an illustration. They review the 2K contracts and any of the 2K employee issues. Now, the impact is not as great for a City Attorney's Office, but there is an impact. So just talking about that administrative support, whether it's human resources or finance, at some point you reach a tipping point where you have to add a staff person to accommodate that additional work. And none of us thought about that at the beginning, so how do we handle that? It is truly something part of the operational cost. So again, we want to be able to define what's allowable, what's not allowable. So after discussing this with KIPCAC, they felt that B was the most reasonable, and that's the staff recommendation as well, and that's the one that is based on ratios. And so based on the ratio of total acreage maintained, then that would determine the budget and also the allocation of the expenditures for both Parks, Recreation, Golf, and also for Public Works, but also for the administrative support staff whether it's human resources or finance. I'm just using those as easy illustrations. Now, again, reminder, in all of the cases, there would be the fleet, the facility, and the information technology allocations that would be coming out of 2K as well, based on the facility that's being maintained or the computers that are being provided to the staff in that facility. So,
All right, let's start the other end of the table. Jason. B. Crystal. B. Steve. B. Renee.
To be or not to be?
Jim.
B.
JD.
I don't want mine to be that simple. Can I have a little discussion?
You got the floor.
Maybe you can clarify to me, and I do think schools when I think this, but in Public Works, you have a budget that you figure for plowing and maintenance and this and that. We know what the miles, we can figure out what those miles are going to be. Can you not just charge $2K yearly for the maintenance of that, for the plowing, the sanding, and okay. So then are you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So if we're adding 3.5 times 4, so 14 new lane miles for Tower Road, and we have 1,000 miles overall, that 14 of 1,000 is what we would charge back.
Right, so then if we need new equipment, can you not charge $2K a percentage? Because if you've got, that's right, that is B. So then in Parks and Rec, maybe I didn't hear everything correctly. If it requires 3 more employees to take care of these 3 new parks, Frontera, Buffalo, well, not Paradise, no, the parks. Can that not just be charged to 2K as 3 employees instead of figuring each park separate and go ahead, Brian.
Well, here's where we started to get a headache. If you hire 3 new employees to take care of the 3 new neighborhood parks, are they only allowed to work at those 3 neighborhood parks?
No, that's what I'm saying. You just charge, figure out what that fee is for an employee with
Jane,
benefits and...
That's why option B is based on ratio. So, 10% of your ratio is 2K, then 10% of your operating budget for...
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is that
That's what B is.
That is what it is. So is it the same with equipment, with everything?
Yeah,
it's just...
everything.
B.
That's B. B. Rick? B. Andrew? All right. And I'm B2.
Are you B2 or
B2.
B also?
B also. B as well.
All right, the last item for you today is over the course of the last year, we've done our best to collect initiatives that council has generated that require funding. We've talked about some of these specifically. We haven't talked about all of them specifically, and so we collected them all in one list. They're all, some of them are in process, but some of them aren't. And so this is a chance, A, to make sure this is the right list, and then B, for you to give us direction on which of these things that aren't funded would you like to fund as part of this budget. And as a reminder, the way we've structured the budget currently, we've got about $230,000 in additional revenue above and beyond the expenses that we've projected into the recommended budget. So that's the list. So 2 questions: did we miss anything? And then secondly, what's your pleasure with the items on this list?
All right, we got a question over here with Mr. Bullock.
Okay. Before, and I know that we speak about things we'd love to see and everything like that, but we just got through talking about dropping quiet crossings, and what is a priority with us in order to get Highway 2 done. With these items on this budget, the 60th Street and Kearney crosswalk, I would love to see that because I get hammered about that all the time. But I need to know, what is it going to do to the budget we have now? I see it's total request $1,862,786. I can't actually say I would want to fund these things when we're dropping other items in order to get priority items done. So I'm going to just have to sit back on this one and just wait. Council can make a decision, but if we're dropping things in order to get things done, I can't see us adding more things just because it's going to make council look good.
And if I could offer a quick clarification, those we have identified in green, we've got a solution to those. They're either in process or factored into the budget already. Am I right? So it's the items that are in red that we have not identified a funding source for, if that helps your discussion.
Okay, that helps a great deal. I wish before I had started talking you would have said that.
It was another exercise for me.
Okay.
The total amount that's not funded is a little bit lower on the sheet. It's about $1 million. Those items that aren't funded in red add up to about $1 million.
I got a couple of questions, and maybe this will help start the conversation. We just had our meeting with the Housing Authority, and we talked about the full-time employee, and I see that's still in pink at $75,000. One that I don't see on the list, but I know we've discussed it and that I have concerns that it's a higher priority, sooner than later type of need, and that's that pedestrian walkway next to the bridge on Chambers. I really worry about that. And where are we at? How does that fall in? Is that make this list? Is that in another piece?
It's in the CIP currently,
Right.
which means it's funded in the CIP. Although it's not getting completed this year, it'll roll over into 16. So no budget decision by City Council is necessary to get that project completed. It's already funded, it's just been
Right, but
delayed
it's
till
not
next
going to
year.
be done in 16, correct?
It'll be done in 16, not in 15.
Not in 15, all right.
But it will roll over without council having to re-budget for it, if that makes sense.
All right, well, those were my comments. I know, I see some of them on here, like the flashing yellow for left turns. That was something that Steve brought up. I'm going to let the council go ahead and raise their hand for comment on the items in pink, well, and in green, if they think there's some that are more justifiable in pink that they want to remove or green. I'll start with Jason.
Just to clarify before I start, some of these are present on the list of projects we saw earlier, some of them are not. So they're council priorities, but they're also in the ranked and scored list. Some are not. And so it would be nice to know which of these were on that list, because we've already had lots of healthy discussion on that front. So the remainder become, to Renee's point, the ones that matter for this discussion. Just going down the list in terms of those that are funded, right, that are, I believe I saw on our list, right, the bordering neighborhood plan, station area, benefits is obviously not a capital thing. The traffic signal I thought was actually on the 2015, so I don't know why that's on this, right, because this is 2016, and we did a reappropriation, right, to deal with the crosswalk this year, or the signal, I should say, right? So that shouldn't be on this list. The other green ones, right, Buffalo Run Golf Course, parking lot lighting, that's one we kicked up this year, but didn't we fund this year, or did we say... Well, it shows funded, but But is it funded in, are we seeking to fund it in 16, or did we fund it, like some of these, in 15? That's what I thought, so it doesn't need to be on this list.
Well, just to clarify how I assembled this list, we took the top 10 from the retreat, whether it was a CIP or an operating budget item, and if it's in green in that top 10 list, it was funded for 16 or recommended for 16. The items that are in the bottom box are new budget items that came up since September of 2014.
Okay.
So some of those were, well, all of those were not included in the 15 budget, but they're either addressed with 2015 reappropriations, which you took action on a few weeks ago, or they're recommended in the 2016 budget.
So we simply listed all of them to let you know that we didn't forget any, and they were covered in some fashion.
Okay, so green, we're good, no matter how it came up. And the red ones, if you're concerned with it, that's where we need to speak up, right? And then we get into our prior discussion of what falls off, right? Renee's favorite conversation.
One that I'm struggling with here, though, looking at this, is reinstalling the golf course sign near 112th and Chambers. What kind of golf course sign are we talking about, and is that of any significant dollar value?
But it's red, right?
It doesn't show any dollar value. And is it just a sign like our street department puts up, or is it a monument type of sign? I don't understand.
The question became more of a monument sign at 112th and Chambers. We don't own that property, which is why we placed the monument sign further down.
Oh, sure.
So there never has been on the southeast corner of 112th and Chambers. There's never been a sign there. We do have our public signage through Public Works, and then the monument sign placed down towards 17.
Right. Just because it says reinstall, I'm just trying to figure out what happened to it. But it's just down the road.
There never was a sign located there.
I remember this one now. We were talking about golf course improvements, et cetera, visibility, the fact that the street you take to get to the golf course doesn't have any signage on it. I seem to remember some of that conversation now. And, you know, you see the monument sign that was erected right off of Heartland, which would suggest that you're entering the golf course where there's no access to the golf course over there, right? So, yeah, I mean, this becomes something to deal with another way with Shea, right?
Right. Well, and my thought is this: if Shea's not, based on what I'm seeing here, Shea didn't estimate, but based on that, I mean, if we need directional signs, we have right of way. We can put some directional signs in that will help at least identify access to the golf course. May not be a monument sign because of property that we don't own, but maybe we can still satisfy the need for the directional piece of it and wait until we see what Shea does with the corner, and maybe by then they're going to be willing to work with us for some type of a monument based on future planning. Right. So just, you know, if we need to improve visibility for access, maybe we need a different color or a larger sign or something, but at the end of the day, that seems like something that we could probably work out an interim solution to without having to throw money at it, and it doesn't even have a value listed. So that may be one of those that can go off the list pretty easy. Jason, I'm sorry, it's still your floor.
No, I guess the last comment I was going to make on these, and it kind of ties back to our prioritization discussion. We're moving in the right direction in terms of big, obvious things or known things that are out there identified through a plan or otherwise that we need to put criteria around to help prioritize. What we still lack is how do we deal with the stuff that we come up with willy-nilly, right? I mean, any of us have had a pet project that we've come up with. How does that sort of trump everything else, right? And that's typically been the fashion, right? Where because we've come up with it, you know, it's the hot thing for us at the moment. We haven't really run it through anything to see if it holds water, but oftentimes we go chase after it anyway. And so I guess the thought is, how do we create a reasonable gateway criteria that says this is sort of worth pursuit or not? It should be more than just it's sexy, we want to go do it, right? I mean, certain things are obvious, like the Potomac traffic signal. But for that, we said, we're getting complaints, we think we have some legitimate accident concerns. We said, go study it. It came back and it met warrants for a traffic signal. That one makes sense. I don't mean to pick on you, Steve, I'm just going to pick one because it's here, the yellow flashing lights. The yellow flashing lights could be a great thing, but I wouldn't pursue yellow flashing lights until I had an understanding of the benefit of $377,000 of yellow flashing lights over and above silent crossings, for example. So I guess my point here is, for those that are not funded, and certainly have big dollar amounts, to me, these just need to go make their way into the big list and get scored, and we see where they fall out. Does that make sense? Like, I wouldn't want us to try and treat these differently, per se, because we came up with them in a brainstorming session. They should have the same, they should pass the same muster as any other project. Otherwise, our whole prioritization process is moot. Does that make any sense?
Kind of yes and kind of no, because some of these didn't go through the rating process that are funded.
That's what I'm saying is, exactly. Well, the green ones that are there, they're on the list and they're showing their criteria. They were on that list. The red ones are not yet, most of these, I don't think.
Yeah. But some of the green ones didn't go through a criteria process.
They were on that list.
It was just projects that we saw a need for, and they, but I don't want to cut into your... Okay.
Yeah, no, you're on the same page. I guess the point is, I think we should, my suggestion is we agree to say, those that are green, we go with. If they're red, they find their way to the list and they get scored and stack ranked, and we deal with them if they come up high enough on a list. Right? Does that make sense?
The only exception to that would be those things that are on the list that aren't
capital
projects.
Yes,
You'd
absolutely
have to
agree.
have
Which
some scoring mechanism
gets
for
back
those.
to, some other mechanism for the non-capital big outlays, right? Anyway.
Okay. Crystal?
Thank you. So I agree with Jason as far as going through the process, making the list, and then obviously meeting the criteria after they're scored. One that's on the red list is one that I brought up, which is the 104th Avenue and Revere Street crosswalk. And so now that we've just found out the 104X route is going to be a regular route, I'm in that area quite often, and I do see increased traffic. That's probably one that I would like to promote to probably maybe push to the top of the list, or at least the top 5 or wherever it falls, but that's one that I think is crucial because now we have a lot more traffic, and it can pose to be dangerous. So as far as the others, again, like what Jason said, and I guess it's just a matter of these without the dollar amounts until we can really have a significant dollar amount. I mean, they're going to just be on the back burner, and they're going to be pending, in my mind. And I know we just discussed the Housing Authority position, and just based on the conversation that we had last few weeks, I would think that this would probably make its way up the list, maybe the top 5 or whatnot, just because there is a need and the demand has become greater just because of the workload. So those are my 2 suggestions.
Steve?
Thank you. Maria, on that pedestrian bridge, that's going to be, trail along the bridge on Chambers, what was the budget amount for that?
I believe it was $325,000.
Okay. All right. I think that's going to come way under, but we won't know until next week. I just, I had also talked about that, and it's probably going to be a very small dollar amount, but having that bridge go over Second Creek on the backside of Buckley Ranch, the one where the kids are throwing pallets in the creek, I think it might be below 1,000, I think. I'm not sure. I mean, that's not my line of work, but I don't think it's going to cost a lot, but I would like to see if we could add that on the list to, maybe that's something that can be done in 2015.
Just Just a quick comment on that one. Obviously, that's a fairly new idea, and we don't have any estimate for what that might cost. It would be not only the bridge, but trail connections on either side of the bridge. So it would take us some time to even come up with a budget estimate for that.
Right. I believe the gentleman's going to meet Maria here on Friday.
Well, that would be for the bridge.
Yeah.
But we would still need to develop...
No, for both projects.
But for the bridge itself, we would still need to develop an estimate for the trail connections that
Gotcha.
go along with it.
And I think that's part of the, because where the trail is not too far from there. I think that was a future project for Parks and Recs as far as trails. I don't know if we can go into that category.
Carolyn, you want to address that? I saw your hand starting to flail a little bit.
Well, I was looking at Jim because I spoke with him a little bit about this. We certainly have future connectivity for the Second Creek Trail corridor. We had not identified what all of those trail connections would be. This certainly could be considered as one of those. And we can go back and evaluate that and provide some estimates. And if council then was supportive, we could look at, we've got money budgeted for trail connectivity currently. We wouldn't be able to do it in 2015, but we can certainly.
So that's a project that we could consider, bring back more information without having to include it in the 2016 budget.
Correct, because if you'll recall, we've already got a CIP budget for connectivity for trails.
All right. Now, I saw Jason's hand. On the bridge? Yes. As long as it's on the bridge. Go ahead.
Bridge. So in terms of contemplating that access, I think clearly the builder did, because they've got the little void in their subdivision that abuts the open space. Perhaps one of the angles here is to approach D.R. Horton, who is the current developer of that, the remainder of that Buckley Ranch parcel, and see if there's an interest in them participating in some way, shape, or form. I mean, I would think that it would be in their best interest. I know they've essentially built out, but I would think that they're still in control. I don't know if they're in control or not, but maybe there's a way to get them to pony up as well. I don't know.
And we can certainly look at all of that. We can bring some information back for council to consider.
You know, on the bridge, the reason I brought it up when I first commented is because to me that's a major safety issue for kids that are trying to get to and from school, whatever, to the commercial area, and even if we had connectivity at least to the shoulder where they're walking down, when they hit the bridge, they could at least take the bridge across. It's that section where it's got the Jersey barriers, and I just worry about it from a safety perspective. If there's something we can do, not spend a bunch of money on an interim solution, but what can we do to at least make it safe for kids? Because right now, I see those kids walking down, not just kids, but adults too. It's very narrow right there, and I just don't want something to happen in the interim.
I think we're talking two things. You're just now talking about is Chambers Road.
Right.
And that's what I asked about a couple weeks ago because I hadn't heard, and that was on our 2015 capital plan.
Okay.
Steve added some comments about some alternatives, and we heard from Maria that they're looking at 3
right, but it's on
possible
26,
paths.
but it's for 2016.
It's going to get carried forward
Right.
to 2016. The piece that Steve just brought up, which I was commenting on, is access from Buckley Ranch into the Second Creek open space toward Stewart Middle School.
I gotcha.
Where the pallets, the picture that Steve
Yeah,
showed us,
where they put the pallets
which would
across
be
the
a
creek.
new question, and that's what Carolyn is saying. There may be a way to help fund out of her existing connectivity
Right.
plan.
Because they have some trail money.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to make...
Yeah, I got you, because I stepped away for a moment.
And there is a bridge just south of there, but we all know people like to try to find the most direct route. So we did have plans to look at that connectivity for the Second Creek Trail corridor, so we can do that.
All right, thank you.
So, getting back to this city budget item in the red and green, I agree in the green. As far as the red, those are things we have to discuss. And as far as the Revere crosswalk, that area, that bus runs real early and real late, because we've come home from council meeting at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, and there's 6 shadows going across the street there. very unsafe, but people are crossing that road because that's where they're parked. So even if we improve the lighting up there, that would help tremendously to put an LED right there on both sides. But we really do need some sort of safety concern. And I know being so close to Highway 2 is just the same thing as McDonald's, have a traffic light there. Maybe that might warrant one here in a year or two, but for right now, whatever we can do safety-wise would be great. That would be a huge improvement from what we have right now. So going forward, I like the green idea. As far as red, we can study that, but I would like to see Revere Crosswalk be added to that list because of safety reasons. Thanks.
Okay, Renee.
Get up.
Okay. Okay. And I'm just going to run back when we say take it to the top of the list that it hasn't been vetted yet. The affordable housing assessment and the new FTE for the Commerce City Housing Authority is already been vetted by 2 study sessions with council going to the Commerce City Housing Authority saying, what do you need from us? And the Housing Authority came back and said, this is what we need. And it's going to not only benefit the Housing Authority, it's going to directly benefit Commerce City, and especially the assessment is going to save money on them doing their, because you're going to do a grant anyway, or assessment, so if you can do it and save money in the long term, and we've kind of figured out it's going to be around about between $60,000 and $65,000 for this, am I correct there?
75,000 is what it says in there.
But no, it said between 20 and 80,000. Oh, I'm talking about the assessment.
Gotcha.
And we figured out it's going to be 65,000, and the employee is going to be around about 75,000. If you don't get the employee, okay, what we say is the employee you have now will work, and there will be things that drop off that you aren't making money. You're basically losing money in Commerce City. So, I mean, it's not one of the things that you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But when you're damned if you do, you got yourself something for your money in both cases. And the second one is the FTE for the Youth and Family Services. For 3 years we've been talking about this. JD brought it up 3 years ago. She brought it up 2 years ago. She brought it up last year. And it's idea whose time has come, because it's somebody in this that can work under Parks and Rec over at the Rec Center and directly benefit this city. And I know it isn't funded, but it's one of those, it's not recommended by the city manager, but then the city manager wouldn't be one of the youth or family people that would be benefiting from it. So,
well, if I might provide, at the point in time, if City Council is considering funding one or both of those full-time positions, I'd like to provide some additional background as to why I didn't recommend either one by going through the other staff positions that were requested by departments that I also didn't recommend because of funding constraints. That way you'll see the full picture of staffing needs throughout the organization before you make a decision on those two. But I'll wait till you finish your discussion.
But those are basically my comments, and I know in my heart of hearts, I don't understand how it's going to cost $290,000, because I thought at our last suggestion for lights on 104th, we said we'd do them at Highway 2, another intersection halfway up Chambers, right there before Reunion, and then at Towers, so it'd be 4 or 5 intersections on Highway 2, on 104th. And if that's going to cost $290,000, then I would say, I don't know how, but if that's going to cost it for 5 different intersections, that's too much money for 5 intersections. That's the whole budget for the whole southern part of the city. But that's my comments.
I'd ask Maria, is that limited to those intersections?
No, that was for the entire corridor.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Could we
So
get
we
some
can just take a
numbers?
ratio of that for those
Okay.
5
Can we
intersections.
get some numbers on what those intersections would cost, so we can consider at least trying to get some decorations up there? And then, Steve, on the items that Renee brought up. only.
Right.
Thank you.
You know, on those lights there, if we can go through, especially for the northern corridor with United Power, they have a rebate on LED Christmas lights, and see what kind of program we could utilize from that. As far as the full-time housing authority, I could see starting out with the part-time right now, because Tracy did say that she had to have vacation in 4 years. Maybe look at what that looks like with the part-time employee, so full-time. And then as far as the FTE Youth Family Services, I know there's a gentleman over at the Senior Center who helps out seniors there, and he does something similar like that with seniors. What about getting him on board and to help out with family services and youth services? And that question's for you, Carolyn. Yeah, there's a gentleman over in the senior
Before
services.
Carolyn answers, I just wanted to make a quick correction. Tracy Jones has a very heavy workload. You heard from her directly at the last joint meeting. She is able to take general leave. She's not been prevented from taking general leave or sick days or anything.
Carolyn, do you understand the question?
Yes, I understood the question. I didn't know if it was a statement or a question. I'm familiar with the individual that you're referring to, and they do provide on a part-time basis some assistance to, I would tell you, seniors and people of all ages. I think what we would have to evaluate is what I'm not really familiar with what the housing needs are, so we would have to certainly look at what those needs are or what some of these other needs are before we could
I'm sorry, no, that's
offer
two
up that
separate things.
individual, yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah, that's two separate things. One is what JD's talking about, and that gentleman who does the work over at the senior center helps with services.
And what I've understood, the position
sorry, family
with
youth, yeah.
the youth and family is very different than what our individual is doing within our department. Again, I would go back and say you'd have to look at what the needs are and the individual that's in current positions and what you're trying to fill before we could consider that.
Okay.
All right, we're going to start at the other end. Andrew?
Well, thank you. I guess I had a conversation with Brian, and I don't know if this would be the appropriate time, but we all sit here and talk about a couple of years ago we absorbed the golf course to be able to promote Commerce City and doing business. And I asked a question about tournament information. And so, Brian, would this be the appropriate time to put that on the table? Thank you. So the general discussion was between Brian and I was about how much would it cost to be able to have maybe nonprofits who want to have a golf tournament or something, or maybe the school district, or what does that look like? And so there's a policy question, but to be able to offset the cost of some of these nonprofits from using our venue that we own as the city. And I think in our discussion with Brian, there was possibly putting on this list maybe about $30,000. I don't know if that's a high number or a low number, maybe even 25, something like that, for 501c(s) or nonprofits or something that we don't already have budgeted that we went through earlier. So I'd like to put that one just on the table, and then at some point I think it kind of turned into, do we put that in the revenue column or lost revenue? And so, Brian, could you speak to that just a little bit, and then I'll speak about the list?
Andrew's question was, what could the city do to better support charitable organizations that have fundraising events at the city's golf course? There's essentially a couple of ways to do it if that's something that City Council decided was a priority. One is to simply reduce the cost, which would affect us on the revenue side. The other would be for City Council to add either more organizations to the list on the legislative budget that you wish to support, or provide more funding to some of those that are already on the list. For example, if you wanted to make sure you were doing more to help the 27J Education Foundation, you could help them have their tournament at Buffalo Run less expensively, or you could contribute more to their tournament when they have it. It's really 6 and 1/2 dozen the other. Maybe it's most useful to think of it in terms of dollars. How much additional support would you like to provide to Commerce City organizations that use the golf course, and we can explore the most efficient way to do that. Maybe it's a pot of funds that this first year City Council could decide how to spend, and then we could include it in the budget in future years if it starts to settle out somehow.
Well, and I'd like to just say a couple of things about that, Andrew. We've had the discussion that some of our local organizations, Rotary, the Business Professionals Association, those kind, Stout Street Foundation, those kind of organizations that are part of our community, that are having their golf tournaments elsewhere, that come and talk to us, it's that they can do it somewhere else more affordably. We would like to make sure that they're doing this in our community because they're part of our community. So I agree with you, but what's it take to offset that, to bring those nonprofits and organizations within our community back to our golf course? I don't know what that number looks like. I don't know how much more it is for their tournament at Buffalo Run than it is Green Valley Ranch or Adams County. And without those numbers, it's tough to make a decision on how that lays out. But I would agree, I'd like to see those back in Commerce City.
Yeah, we don't know what that delta is either. We do offer a discount for nonprofits that hold their tournaments at Buffalo Run, and that's in the initial information I provided to Andrew. But yeah, what would it take to get them to change their mind? We're not sure. It's kind of a case-by-case basis. Certainly additional funds towards those events, whether it's by reduced cost or increasing your sponsorships, could certainly direct, we're going to have a better chance anyway of them holding those tournaments at Buffalo Run.
Yes.
I've got a couple other comments to your question. Start with Jason.
Sean spoke to part of it. I mean, this is one we've talked about a number of times. Each time we hear about a tournament that we would consider a likely home tournament that's gone somewhere else. I think the South Adams tournament that was held at Park Hill was one of the examples that we've talked about in the past. I think the answer is this. We identify those that we know of that we would have thought made sense to host here, and somebody needs to talk to them and find out what the delta was, and then we need to figure out if we ask the question, point blank, had we met that price, right, or done whatever, would you have hosted your tournament at Buffalo Run, yes or no? If the answer is yes consistently, we clearly have something that we can solve for. If there's some other factor that when push comes to shove, they say, well, no, we would have still gone here, then that's important to know too. I guess the thought is, what's the difference in cost? I mean, I don't know what a tournament costs to run, and what that delta would be between a tournament at Place A versus Place B. So I would need to understand that. I think where Brian was going makes sense in terms of we've got dollars sitting there in our legislative budget that we would have at the ready if another tournament were to come up that we wanted to participate in. I would think we could use those funds in a similar way as an incentive, if you will, to secure a tournament here for somebody that's on the fence, right? Just as a bridge to help them, maybe not meet the price, but get closer, and whatever the case might be. If they're already getting a discount, sweeten the pot a little bit to make sure that they host it here and have some Commerce City branding on the event. But it starts with figuring out what are those 2 or 3 or 4 tournaments in question, and do we legitimately have a shot at getting them if we can address that gap. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so when we were doing the non-city agency grants programs, and there was roughly plus or minus 12 golf tournaments ranging from $250 to $1,500 to kind of offset some of that. So I kind of used that as a baseline of of kind of what we could offer, even if it was just a little bit to sweeten the pot. Maybe it wasn't $30,000 because that would be subsidizing the whole thing, and I thought that was probably a little high. But when we took those 12 golf tournaments and we totaled out $9,000, so maybe $10,000, I was thinking would be a good just kind of earmark for a few organizations. I've been just trying to figure out how to get that done without creating a whole lot of brain damage and then asking, because as soon as you ask, then they want everything and you can't provide everything, but just to sweeten the pot. So I was thinking maybe around $10,000, maybe $15,000, right in that range as just a starting point. But that's something that I was thinking about that wasn't on the list. As far as the list goes...
One more. I got Steve yet on the golf.
Yeah, I understand where Andrew's trying to go is to form sort of a package type thing where you could use this for, as an attraction for a new charity, but it's like a set price. So basically, I know Paul was here earlier. So if we had what the breaking point is, kind of like Steve Vincent when they had Steve Vincent tournament, when they had it over there, they're looking at $75, per player and what they would receive off of that. They did a few gifts and everything, but I think what Andrew's point is they're looking at a funding source as far as offset some of their cost, but not have to maybe not do a full package as far as like a lunch afterwards. So these packages would really benefit the organization more. So as far as the golfing, and not so much as the lunch and then the gifts afterwards to kind of offset the cost. So kind of like a lower end type of user facility to make that draw, but then more dollars would go towards the organization instead of spending it out for food and prizes afterwards.
All right, Andrew. Go ahead and finish.
All right. Well, so thank you for that kind of entertainment where I'm just kind of introducing something right now, but I know we've talked about it. I'm looking at the items in green, the transportation plan update. The things in green I think I'm okay with, especially when I look down the list on this first column, 1 through 10. And then when we get through this next kind of stuff, we got 1 through 8. I'm okay with what's kind of sitting here. I don't have any problems with that. So
what about the red?
The red, so if we look at the red, so let me just kind of start down again. So number 4 in the first kind of block there, the full-time for youth and family services, 2 positions requested, not recommended. I'm okay with that. Affordable housing assessment, I think, in my opinion, everything in the core city is just about affordable, because I don't know, there's nowhere else you can go to get more affordable. It is an update, though. It's a request. 20 to 80. I'm not sure where we go, so we've aimed on the high side for 80.
No, it was the one that the Housing Authority came forward with and said that housing assessment.
The housing assessment, so that one maybe has to turn green. That's the 6. Number 6 might turn green on this. And then I jump down to the next block of things that are number 3, the 104th crosswalk, probably with the traffic that we're going there. And to me, on a $60 million budget, $63 million, $22,000 is nominal when I look at it that way. The holiday lights, number 4 on 104th. I don't have an opinion on that. And then we get down to the flashing yellow turn arrows, number 6. If I had to pick, I'd pick Quiet Crossings over flashing yellow for $309,000. But I think we could just keep that on the list, and that's just me. And then the full-time employee for the Housing Authority, I kind of like someone suggested maybe a part-time employee to see how that works out. And then you're not in this whole deal with are they full-time, are benefits and everything that they're going in through there, and see how that works out, because I'm not sure that, well, I don't know how that works out with the housing authority right now. So maybe we give it a starter with a part-time. So those are my thoughts.
All right, Rick?
Nice move. Okay, I don't really have a big opinion here if we're looking to, especially if we're looking to cut. But I'll run down them here real quick. The holiday lights, like Andrew said, I really don't have an opinion on that, number 4. And I do think that I'd like to see something looked at that crosswalk on 104th. Life is very important. Getting hurt or whatever the case may be, the people hitting them, it's just a big package thing. But I'd like to see something done out there to help promote that some way. The number 6, I have no problem doing away with that. Yeah, it'd be great to get the yellow flashing light, but that's something we can live without. And as far as the housing goes, I kind of agree with Andrew. We can at least give it a shot for halftime and see how much help that gives those ladies over there.
All right. Janie?
Okay. I've been waiting my turn. Just about a year ago, this council approved the first youth master plan the city's ever had. In that master plan was these full-time positions. So that's why this came out of the 2015 retreat. At that time, this council thought it was important. 8 months, 9 months has gone by, and I guess we forget. We forget what that master plan was, what we said we were going to invest in our kids. I honestly, I'm devastated that it's being X'd. Because one of the big things was, do not do this and have a facade, and it's just like Brighton. Brighton has a youth master plan. They never, ever put anything in it. It has been sitting on a shelf collecting dust for 6 years. If you don't follow through, and Jason says they have to be vetted, well, I say this one was vetted. When we passed the youth master plan and it was in there, that's the vetting that it takes. So I will quit about that. I will go back to what we're looking at today. Give me 1 sec to get back here. So the affordable housing assessment and the full-time employee for Housing Authority, it was this council who also reached out to the Housing Authority, because through different conversations that we had, we started to see that there was a great need in this area, and that we wanted to partner up a little bit more and work with Housing Authority. And the question to them was, what do you need? Well, these were their needs. We learned that requests for Section 8 vouchers in our city is 1/3 of what's in the entire state, and we don't think we need to go forward on this. We have an employee who I guess can take vacation time or something, but is extremely overworked. There comes a time that you have to quit talking about roads and infrastructure and street lights, and you have to invest in people. And so I say both of these were vetted. It was this council who reached out to the Housing Authority. So you have to go forward. If you, and I wouldn't be happy, but we could, I don't think this housing assessment is going to come out at the $80,000, but I'm not positive. As Steve well said, the county has, I think, a pretty well detailed one that maybe because they have that, it could save us some money. But if you could cut a little money from that, or you could go down to, like I said, I wouldn't be happy to go down to one part-time position for youth and family services, but I guess if you had to, because I also do think that if we're getting that much activity on 104th and Revere that you have to put in a crosswalk. I don't know. Have we done the study to see what the activity is up there? But yeah, like I said, those 3 items, I do believe that they already passed the test. So I'm done.
All right, Jim?
What was the issue? I was gone.
It's the...
Just go ahead.
It's all of this stuff up here. Skip Jim. We're skipping Jim.
You say you agree with J.D.
All right.
I agree with J.D.
Now you can have the candy.
Jim has officially been skipped, and I'm the last one.
You can have it all.
Looking through the list, I would agree that full-time employee for Youth and Family Services is important. The housing assessment, because of the effect it has on HUD, CDBG requirements, is also important. The 104th Avenue and Revere Street at $22,000, given the safety aspect of that intersection, I'd like to see that one turn green. On the holiday lights, instead of turning that one green, I would like to have a study session to see exactly what we're talking about for cost for certain intersections, because I do want to make sure that we try to balance both parts of our community when it comes to being able to allow the residents to have some ties to, we do street lights, Christmas lights down here. I just want to spread that around and make sure that everybody's getting equal treatment in our community. The hill at 112th, that's not major to me, right? The golf course sign, I've already talked about that. Deceleration lane, same thing. We're waiting on Shay. And then the flashing left turn, I would love to see that happen. Now, given our budget restraints, I'm not recommending that right now. But I do think after our meeting with the Housing Authority, I recall them saying that if they get somebody part-time, they're going to have a hard time having a part-time person be able to handle the same type of duties that our full-time director handles. Therefore, limiting her ability when it comes to dealing with the vouchers that they're dealing with. She needs somebody at that kind of a level that can handle those duties. So I worry about it from a part-time perspective, because that was one of the questions that was asked in that meeting. And to honor our discussion with the Housing Authority, I'd like to see number 8 go green as well. So therefore, not pushing the higher end pieces of this, of what's in the pink, which is $309,000 for the left turn flashing, and the holiday lights. We'll revisit at a study session to see what we can get for costs for certain intersections. That's my perspective of what's on here.
And I think if we do some quick math, again, we mentioned there's $230,000 that's available. So what's the total of those items minus holiday lights, minus flashing left turn arrows?
The sum total of FTE for Youth and Family Services, which may be reduced because it could be part-time. Affordable housing assessment, again, 80,000, might
It'll
be
about
less.
65.
104th and Revere crosswalk only, no signals or lights necessarily. And Maria can talk about what that included, because there was a PED signal. And then the new FTE for CC Housing Authority. So those 4 items was $244,000.
What'd you come up with?
FTE for Youth and Family, Affordable Housing Assessment, 104th and Revere Crosswalk, and the new FTE for the Housing Authority is $244,000.
That's what I have, okay.
That would be my recommendation.
I thought you said 204.
The only request I would have is to take a moment to walk through the other personnel requests that came up through the organization that I did not recommend and aren't included in the budget, just so you can see what those other items were. If we could, so up at the, can you scooch it over just a little bit? So you can see the requests that weren't funded are those where it's blank in the fully funded column. So if I'm going down the list, it was They're all general fund positions that I did not recommend. There was an administrative specialist, we lost the departments. Oh, there you go. Thank you. So that was in economic development through which is part of the city manager's office, an administrative specialist 1, which would have been in the clerk's office, which is also part of the city manager's office, a community resources liaison, which is the youth commission staff person we've been speaking of. The special events coordinator was the other part-time position that communications had recommended. The youth coordinator position. There were a number of positions in parks, recreation, and golf. 2 positions in public works, a construction inspector and a building engineer. Building engineers are the folks that handle facility maintenance for us. The police department had requested additional police officers. We've authorized some overfunding, with the funding to be determined later if they reach an overfunding position. There's a marijuana and alcohol detective that I believe is partially funded out of revenue, and there's a police detective that was not funded. Can you scroll down a little bit, Cheryl? In community development, the housing specialist, we've been speaking about a transportation planner and a redevelopment and urban renewal coordinator. Those I'm not recommending for funding at this time. So the total was $1.3 million. Is the next column, the 142, the total that's funded out of those requests? The exception to the list that's funded, the recreation coordinator, which you see up at the top of the screen currently, that's no longer being recommended for 2016. So that's a change that we've made to that sheet. So that's a bit of context on other position requests throughout the organization. None of these are unneeded or frivolous. I know that there are demands for service in these departments that generated these personnel requests. It was just a matter of trying to match requests to the funding available.
Okay. Steve?
Yes. Looking at our future parks going to open up tomorrow and more to come in the parks that we do have, is there any way we could look at, with the Parks and Recs, hiring a tree arborist? Because right now we don't have one, and I know like with Aurora, they're anywhere between $17 and $22 an hour based on experience.
Well, let me clarify. In the 2015 budget, there is an additional position in parks that was funded through 2K, with the understanding that Frontera Park would be coming online this year. So there is one staff person, 2K funded, being added this year for that park. We can take a look at what Mr. Douglas has recommended. I don't know that we've considered hiring an arborist.
Because we have an arborist, we have all these HOAs and all, and they're looking at hiring an arborist to come out and check the trees out because ongoing trees are dying, whatever. Be able to utilize that person, we could charge them, a fee to cover that cost. Without them hiring some individual or some other specialist, we could have one in hand because we do have a lot of trees in the city.
I do know that we have very knowledgeable staff in parks. I don't know, do we consult with arborists or do we rely on the expertise of existing staff?
Tony Aramillo is our expert. We do not have a position dedicated for arborists simply because of our size and demand for other positions, but we do work very closely with the state forester and other resources when looking at our inventories. But as far as providing a service to the special districts or the metro districts or HOAs, that isn't something we've ever considered.
All right, thank you.
All right, did you get what you need out of that list? Or, because now that you have this and, it seemed like everybody was kind of all over the board. I'm sure someone was keeping track, but
well,
you have what you need.
Again, if we heard the discussion correctly, if we pick the 4 items off this list that There seemed to be some consensus. It's $244,000. We can fund those four things by taking just $15,000 additional from 2014 fund balance. I just wanted you to see the other position requests. You could consider the two new positions relative to those.
Okay. Council? Jason?
I think the challenge for me is this, and this again is a council ownership of priority discussion. I recall the youth master plan approval, and we all advocated for it. What didn't happen from there was the definition of a plan to implement what was put forth in the plan, right? A plan is just a plan unless you do things to actually make it live. So how we're sitting here today without any work having happened on that front is a concern, and I agree with JD, it's an important thing. We don't want to be like Brighton and have this plan turn into nothing. But at the same time, I think the city manager makes a great illustration. We have $1.3 million in positions that aren't being funded. So either we need to cut more things to bring more people on board. I don't have enough information sitting here to weigh the positions up there that aren't being funded against the other two positions that we're being asked to fund. I know we had very recent and very impassioned discussions about helping the Housing Authority. We've had 2 meetings with the Housing Authority. For the first time in my tenure on council, we've had back-to-back constructive meetings with the Housing Authority. I don't want to lose that momentum, but at the same time, 2 is not a trend, right? So if we can continue to take steps to maintain and grow and enhance the relationship with the Housing Authority, absolutely have to do it. Are we in a position right here, right now, to say that we need to go spend that amount of money on a housing coordinator based on one meeting, last meeting, where people said yes? I don't have enough information for that to say that that's the case over and above all the other positions, because I don't also have all the detail on these other positions to weigh what impact they have on our community relative to this other position. So it's a false choice in my mind. My gut says we need a housing authority body to do all kinds of important stuff. I still don't know what all that important stuff is because we didn't get into the knit and grit of it. I have a concept, but it's very high level. I know there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do in a lot of departments. In terms of the family services and youth coordinator, I also don't have a clear sense of what that person does day in, day out. I remember the plan. It is aspirational, but how do we get things moving without the person, right? Do we have an ability to leverage existing resources in a greater way than we do today to move us toward a place where we can say, by God, things are going so great, we have got to do this? Or are we in a position where we can say definitively that there are things that we want to be doing right now that we simply cannot do because we don't have a body, right? My fear is we fund a body, but we don't have the other programming dollars to do the other stuff that goes along with it. So you've got a body and you don't have any programs. All of these things are tied to dollars and cents. So if we bring on a family and youth coordinator, that now becomes a thing we have to fund every single year. We've got to make sure that we have a budget that accommodates or accounts for that. Same with the Housing Authority. And I don't know that I have enough detail, again, to say they plug in. Here's how they plug in. Here's how they're going to work. Should we have had more conversations since we talked about the youth stuff to be able to have a more a clearer sense of what should be? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's my difficulty. If I'm being asked to, spite my right hand versus my left hand, I can't make a decision because I don't know which I need more. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but what I'm trying to get to is clear consensus to the staff. So I'd like
clear consensus. But here's the point, and I think this is clear consensus: is do we go forward with these 2 positions?
Exactly.
And I'm saying I can't say to go forward with these 2 positions relative to all these other positions that staff thought were very important and also aren't being funded. These 2 positions were on that list, and they were considered equally against those others. And I guess I'm saying, how do I overrule without having a clear understanding of those other positions? So I won't make a contribution to saying yes to either of those positions without further information.
And I appreciate that's what I was after, because none of us got to see the employees, the positions that were unfunded on the city personnel side when we had this discussion 5 minutes ago. Okay? So now it changes. That's why I'm going back, so that I can get clear consensus for the staff to be able to move forward off of this list. Crystal?
Thank you. So with that list, and kind of to Jason's point, I would go forward with the amendments that maybe we don't go with 2 part-time positions for the family services, maybe consider 1 part-time, like a trial by error, and see how that's going to grow into a second part-time position, which ultimately may be 1 full-time position, 1 part-time position, we don't know. I don't want to necessarily take it off the list, but if we were to consider a few amendments, that would be my contribution to that. As far as the assessment, again, yes, we did have just 2 meetings with the Housing Authority. I know there's a need, but again, that would be something that I would say that, honestly, and with the full-time position, I did mention that, yes, their demand is there, but that's based on what they presented to us, and I'm not discrediting that, but I would like to get, some more information and say, well, look, this is what we've discussed, this is what we've contemplated at our budget retreat, and the fact that maybe we should consider a part-time person just to see how that fills in. They might only need a part-time person based on the workload. We don't know. These are just the unknown, and as much as I want to see them funded, I have a hard time funding something that's unknown. It's just a plan, and we don't have enough stable information. Again, I'm going to be proactive about the crosswalk. It's a minimal amount. But with that, I would go forward with all of them, with those other amendments in consideration.
Steve?
Yeah, I just want to say, touch on the family, youth and family services, and I just want to go a little bit about it. I know I talked to, Carolyn touched on, there is someone who does help with the seniors down there part-time, and to see what that would be like to add this in as far as family services for the youth side. And as far as the Housing Authority, and maybe even with the family services, we look at interns. We have several colleges here that have students that want to get into that field, so why not reach out and see if there's any kind of interns that we could utilize. A lot of these kids are looking at trying to get something underneath their belt while they're in school. Heck, my kids have done this. One's the teacher. She had to do an intern at Slavens here in Denver before she got her teacher certificate. So they're out there, and the use of interns would be great for these programs. Why not reach out and see if we can fill that position with an intern? Because I know they're doing that with IT. Let's look at some other departments as well.
Renee?
Okay, what I'm going to say is, if the city had staff that they didn't fund, they should have put that up here before they gave this to us. What I call this is an ambush. We go through our list, we say what we'd like to have fun, and then you put this list up and say, well, this is what we couldn't do as a city. And I don't think it was fair to the council here. I think it was totally irresponsible for, if you wanted to tell me what you weren't going to do on the city, tell me first, and then ask me about my list. Now, you can't use an intern for the housing person, because an intern doesn't know anything about Section 8, an intern doesn't know how to do inspections, and you can say, oh yeah, I can teach them. While you're teaching them, you still aren't having a person in the office doing what this person has to do. When they came to us at the city council request of talking to the Housing Authority, they told us exactly what we asked them. What do you need? And they said what we needed. Now, if that's not enough for Jason or not enough for everybody to figure out, if somebody tells you what they need, that's what they need. You don't need to go back to them 4 or 5 times and then keep saying, are you sure this is what you need? Sometimes we act like we don't have the sense enough to understand what somebody is telling us. Maybe you could use an intern for the youth and family services. But unless you have the qualifications to be a housing inspector, Section 8, to do all the things that a housing person does, don't ask for an intern because you don't have an employee there. You're just in the same position. If you don't want Tracy to have an employee, just keep it going as it is. It won't bother her. She's been doing the job this long. Now, this housing assessment is going to benefit the city just as much as it's going to benefit the housing, because we have to do it anyway for our CDBG grants. It's got to be done. Okay, and I mean, but you're arguing the fact that you don't have enough information. You have all the information you need to make an informed decision. If you don't want to make a decision because you want to run away from it because this list came up here, run away from it. Wait a minute, I'm talking now, and when I'm finished, you can time out all you want.
Don't just that one.
This list shouldn't have been brought up after we went through this list. You ask us, what in the red do we want to fund? We told you what we want to fund, and you tell us what wasn't funded up here. I don't think it was fair to the council, and I don't think it was fair to the employees of the city. And that is my opinion. If anybody has a problem with it, we will discuss it afterwards.
Brian?
Just a quick rebuttal to Mr. Bullock's concern about presenting this information late in the process. In the earlier slides that summarized how we got to this point in the budget, we did list new position requests that were requested, and then we listed a number funded. This is the first time we've provided that detail, but the intent of providing that information was to give council some flavor of what was requested by departments versus what I was recommending to you.
But I still think that if you wanted to do that request, we could have done this in a reverse, and it would have helped council look at this list of red in a totally different aspect than how you did it. Because after we made it and we said what could be funded, $244,000, then you show us a list of things that weren't funded from your list. I don't think it was fair to council to do it the way you did. And I think we were ambushed by that list. And that's my opinion.
I understand your point. There was certainly no intent to ambush.
Andrew? This is for consensus off the list for staff.
So I'll agree with the consensus that everyone's had. The only one that I still kind of struggle with is the Housing Authority. We did ask the Housing Authority, tell us what you need. They told us what they needed. Would they be able to, in my mind, I'm thinking for $75,000, would you be able to have someone half-time to try to alleviate some of that? And keeping in mind that I'm trying to balance a budget here, is it 75? But then on the flip side, I look at this and I go, okay, will someone want to do that position for a part-time position for that? And then you're back in this cycle of, it's not a full-time job and all of this. So I struggle with the Housing Authority FTE at this point. So I'm on the fence either way, however we want it to go. That's my general comments. So I concur with what Crystal said, with the caveat of maybe part-time FTV Housing Authority person, but that's all.
All right, Rick?
Well, it's obvious that Renee said that a person can't handle that position at half-time or part-time. And the way he was talking about it, I think I agree with him there after hearing more details on it. So if it's possible, I wouldn't mind going ahead and funding them, but if it's not, that's a place where we're just going to have to cut.
Jay?
I'm really sorry that department heads couldn't get their list addressed, because I do believe our staff is overworked and certainly could use help and more people in those departments. But we just can't do it. This council, most of us want to see all of our employees being full-time with benefits. We want all departments to be fully staffed, but budget-wise, we're not there. So I sit here and go over, I have the ability here to take a look at the whole big thing and decide where I think those investments pay off better. And like I said, I have no doubt in my mind, and Jason, you're a little bit right, that, but I don't think you're totally right, that you haven't seen the proposal of what that actual person or job position would be for Family and Youth Services. I won't take up anybody else's time to tell you a lot of the key areas that would fall into that, and hopefully then, you know, I don't want to sit here and write that job description. I do know, since I have sat on council, the reports that we have gotten from the county have never changed. It's always said that Commerce City in Adams County has the highest number of homeless families of anywhere else in the county. Even worse, on top of that, most of them are mothers, single mothers with children, who are living out of cars and have nowhere to go. You know, this housing authority thing, I didn't sit on housing authority, but maybe I was the alternate, I think, for 2 years or so. You see immediately the definite need for certain things. And you have to start somewhere to start making that change. Does it take an investment? It does take an investment. And if we're so short-staffed there, I don't know how we're ever going to make a change. And if we don't even have a staff for Youth and Family Services, I don't think we can ever make that change. I do think that Youth and Family Services position may actually be able to take care of some of these issues, because if you have a person in the city who knows everything that's being provided throughout the city through different agencies, Tri-County, Salud, Kids First, I don't know, then we can start helping direct people into the right way and maybe forming an area that we truly, truly make an impact on families. So, yeah, I'm sticking by what I said, and like I said, I feel bad that department heads, their requests were squashed, and I'm pushing mine ahead over that. And the safety factor for the crosswalk, I still think we need to do that.
All right, Jim?
I agree with Rick.
Give me the candy.
Well, and I don't know what you guys have been keeping track, but it seems like I'm somewhat in the middle. I mean, I think there's about 4 that say drop the 2 full-time positions, and there's about 4 that say keep them. I would tell you this, after seeing the list, which I wish I would have seen first, I know there's, for me, a police officer or a detective, public safety, those things are priority to me. I know we have to have our housing. I know we have to have the youth activity, the youth and family services person. I would do this. I would say keep the housing assessment, which I think we need the housing assessment on there, and I think we need the crosswalk on there. And then what I would say is see if we can do the interim, like Steve said, for the youth and family services to get somebody started on it. I would love to do the full-time person for the housing authority, but if it means we could have another full-time person in a department for public safety, that would be my priority. So, yeah, you didn't get a full consensus, but you got some of what those concerns are. I think that housing authority person is a necessary position, like JD said, to get off dead center. But when you look at other needs for this community, you know, I wish I would have seen that list first. I wish that part of that list would have been on here for our consideration. It makes it tough as an elected official to go through a budget, and you have to make these hard decisions to determine what is the way to go. I mean, do you have a quiet crossing, or do you have another detective? Do you have a quiet crossing, or do you get Highway 2 done? Do you have, you know, a full-time person in housing, or do you have another person in the police department or in a plow truck providing services to the residents, because no matter what decision we make, whatever one we don't fund, we're going to get beat up about it. And we only have so much money to fund things. So therefore, I'm willing to concede on the 2 full-time positions to make sure that we get the other 2 pieces, because I can assure you between now and mid-year next year, there's going to be requests that come up because there's something necessary that was not considered this evening. So that would be where my position would be.
I'm not hearing any debate about the affordable housing assessment or the crosswalk. I didn't hear anyone not think those should be on the list. But I'm still not sure if there's consensus on the 2 positions. I heard what
you heard what I said.
I heard what the mayor said. I'm just not sure if
real
there's
quick,
consensus.
if I could ask the council not to get into deep dialogue, do you support the 2 positions, one of the 2, none of the 2? A simple answer so we can get a consensus here to the staff. Jason?
I actually have my hand up, so I want to ask this question, and then I'll give my statement. I seem to recall during the Housing Authority discussion, when we talked about the plan and the staff, that the plan, in some respects, needed to come before the staff to give us an understanding of what it is we needed to do in a more detailed sense. I almost sense that when we pressed them for, do you need a person, that desperation of, yeah, we need a person was there. My read was, we need this plan to figure out what the heck we need to be doing, from which we can figure out what we need in terms of resources. So, yes, I would think, to Brian's point, we need to fund the plan, and we need to wait on the resource for that position. I agree and appreciate the fact that the youth plan has been outlined. I would love to understand what the gap is between our existing staff, i.e. Julia, et cetera, that we can't meet without a part-time person before we authorize a part-time person. So I'm going to say yes on the plan, no on either of those positions. I would agree if there's a public safety, or I would say, city manager, what is the number 1 body that you would have picked if you could have funded an additional position? I'd like to understand what that is. If it was ED, if it was PD, I would like to understand first what the city manager thought the most important but not funded position was before I came back and said yay or nay on any of those positions.
Perfect. So as of tonight, you got that assessment, crosswalk, no full-time positions. Crystal?
Okay, so again, I will say I'm going to meet in the middle as far as the youth and family services position. I would say 1 part-time position with evaluating and room to grow to a 2nd position. Yes, I'm going to stay hard and direct with the crosswalk, because I feel there's a need for that. Again, for the Housing Authority, looking at possibly a part-time leading into a full-time based on demand and based on evaluation.
All right, Steve? Simple is better.
Simple, okay. And I understand where JD's going. I met with AmeriCorps as well several times, and they are an organization that gets grants that can help out a city with the youth and family services as well. That's what they do. So I still think about the intern, but I do think we still need to at least go that route with at least 1 part-time to get that program started. As far as the affordable housing assessment, I think we need to check with the county first to see what they have, because the county has assessment. They did assessment on all the cities, because when they get a grant, it's with the study from all of the cities that they reach out to for services. So there is a study from the county about Commerce City, Brighton, all those entities, all those cities. Revere Crosswalk, yes. As far as the Housing Authority, I still think it's a part-time position to start out with.
I'm trying to get you guys simple answers. I know it's getting...
You're not succeeding.
Right. I'm not succeeding. Renee, simple.
Okay, simple. First of all, the county, you were told that night They cannot give you that
This
assessment.
way, simple.
Okay, the county cannot give us the assessment. Their assessment is their assessment. They cannot share it with anybody because it's privileged information. We were told that the night that we had the information. So our assessment is our assessment. It's $65,000. Yes on the assessment. Yes on the part-time for youth and family service. Yes on the full-time for the housing authority. And if you look at the construction being done up there by Revere and 104th, you know it's only going to get busier. So yes on that crosswalk with additional lighting.
All right. Andrew, simple.
I'm going to agree with Crystal. Yes on the assessment, yes on the crosswalk. No on the FTE for youth and family services, just because the job description, I think, needs to be vetted a little more, and part-time on the housing authority.
Okay, Rick?
Yes on the crosswalk, yes on the assessment, and no on both employees.
JD?
I don't think I've changed my mind.
Go simple.
Youth and family services, yes. Housing assessment, yes. Crosswalk, yes. Yes on the full-time employee for housing authority.
Okay, Jim?
I'm going to agree for one time with Renee, whether you like it or not.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, where are we at? You got a consensus?
What about you?
I wanted to know if we had a consensus.
Nope.
You do not have a consensus. So again, I'm the tiebreaker?
The tiebreaker.
Again. All right. I would say
We have two folks keeping track of the votes.
Part-time.
Jim, do you have something different?
I just wanted to verify what Mr. Benson agreed with, because I was moved on, I checked your
he
stuff.
agreed with Renee. Renee?
Yes.
Full-time housing, part-time youth.
And a yes on the assessment, and yes on 104th and Revere.
I'm gonna. All right, you ready for mine? It's going to make a difference.
I don't think it will. I think we're there.
Is it a consensus now? Just do it. No. All right, I'll go with part-time youth and family services. I'll go with the affordable housing assessment. I'll go with the crosswalk, and I'll go with a part-time for the housing authority.
Okay, so I come up with part-time for both times.
What? Part-time for both positions?
There seemed to be a majority for part-time for the two staff positions. Am I hearing you both correctly?
Yes, I would elaborate on the housing. We had 4 for part-time, 3 for full-time, and 2 for no.
So you have a consensus?
Mayor, I have a suggestion.
We have a majority.
I have a suggestion.
No, we can't do majorities in study sessions. We can give you a consensus.
So let me add to that with the part-time positions. If there could be some language included that could possibly grow to a full-time position, in addition to, let me go back. The part-time position for the family and youth services, one part-time position with anticipation to grow into a second part-time position, and the full-time position for the housing authority, again, with the language that says that this could grow into full-time position just based on demand and need.
You guys have a consensus now?
Well, we should clarify. With Crystal, there's now a majority, but that's different than a consensus. Consensus would be you can all live with a certain alternative. Right now, we have, 5, 3, and 2? No, that math doesn't
And the only reason why I say that is because I don't want to
4, 3,
revisit
2.
this again
Crystal,
in a few
Jim.
months, and then we're changing the language. That's the whole reason behind this.
We're going to revisit again in here in a couple seconds. if we don't
Well,
have a
then let's do it.
We have a consensus. We don't have a consensus on full or part-time.
We don't know how to count.
Should I start over again? I don't mean to make this any more difficult than it already has
Is it
been.
full-time or part-time?
Part-time.
Part-time.
and possible, and add, if it's council's desire to add language, and it could be at a later time. It doesn't have to be right at that, you could evaluate the position, say, for 6 months and say, okay, well, now this can actually have language that shows that this could be another part-time position for the Youth and Family Services, and again, for the Housing Authority, part-time position based on evaluation that could grow into a full-time. That way, we don't have to come back and say, well, now should we make this full-time position, or should we have another part-time position? Because we'll go round and round, and we'll do just like what we're doing now.
Jim, do you have what you need?
I was going to defer to Brian and Cheryl for a comment, but I would say if you're funding a part-time position now, that is what the budget is going to be for 2016. So if you wanted to revisit that, it would be a reappropriation or a 2017 budget discussion. Is that fair?
With that said, do you have what you need?
I think we have now a majority.
You have what you need,
Did
Brad?
everybody hear that?
Yeah.
A majority advocated for part-time for both. Again, not a consensus, but that is direction, and we will proceed with that.
All right. Is that so? You have what you need.
And we will include in the budget the affordable housing assessment and the crosswalk.
All right. All right. Then you have what you need. What's next on the agenda?
That is all we have on the agenda, unless there are other items council wishes to discuss.
Does anybody have any additional items for the budget retreat this 2015? I don't say anything, but I think that it's appropriate to have some closing remarks. I know this is probably the most painstaking work for all directors and the administration for the entire year, is to try to figure out what needs need to be met, which are most important. I know it's the most difficult for the city council as well. So I want to take this time to thank all of the staff, not just those who worked on the budget, but all staff in general that helped provide those services and information for our residents, and that are here mindful of the taxpayers' money. So, I know it's a painstaking thing. You have all given up another evening without your family, and we know the work that goes into it. We saw some great graphs, like the one that's up there, the giant Roger graph that we trust. But however, you do a lot of work, and we know we get to sit here and critique that work in one day. We know it took you months to get to this point. So thank you for all of your efforts. For those residents that were able to either sit here in the audience or sit at home and watch this on the computer or on Channel 8, I applaud you for taking the interest in Commerce City and the interest in the budget and how this works. These aren't easy decisions. They are difficult decisions, and our goal is to provide the best service that we can to the residents of Commerce City, and that's why we take this so very serious. So thank you to all of you for the information tonight, and I want you to be able to go home and enjoy the rest of the evening. Brian?
A couple of final comments. One, we did not list reports on the agenda because it was the budget retreat, but we did send out a city manager report prior to the meeting. There's a bunch of updates on a number of city council action items. And secondly, there is a special meeting planned for next Monday night. Originally, it had one purpose, and that was to invite the judge in to draw names for the November ballot. The order of the names on the November ballot, we're adding an additional item in the area of difficult decisions. We are recommending to City Council an award of a contract to switch medical insurance providers next year. Because of the complexities in changing providers, should City Council approve the award, we wanted to present it to Council for their approval as soon as we could, and next Monday is our first opportunity. The next opportunity would not be until September 21st. So unless there's an objection from council, we'd like to include that on next Monday's agenda, send some information out in your packet in hopes that you would be able to consider that and make a decision. The current procurement policy requires now that the city council make a decision if we are to change vendors. If we were extending the contract with Kaiser Permanente, that would not require city council action under our current procurement policy. Awarding a new contract does require council approval. So this will be the first time that council has been asked to make such a decision, and we'd like to do it Monday because it's the soonest that we would be ready to present it to you.
Does anybody have any concerns about adding that to the agenda?
I just have some questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has this been presented? I assume we still have an insurance committee within the employee group?
We do have a benefits committee, and they've been very involved, and the information that's presented to city council will be presented to the benefits committee and to employees before Monday night.
With that said, I want to, I've already thanked all the staff. I want to thank the council, putting in the extra time, the extra effort. I'm excited to see what next year holds for this community. So thank you all, and have a great evening. We're adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Right.
What?
Yeah.